Greetings and welcome to SHE Summit 2025, Day 2. We're very happy to have you here. Thank you for those who are tuning in at our GatherVerse.live, for those who are watching us on our YouTube channel, and every live channel that we are hosting this event. Today, we will begin with a powerful roundtable on Through Her Eyes, Determination, Skill, and Persistence. With me, I have an amazing roundtable with quite impeccable women who I would like for them to introduce themselves and tell us who they are and what they do so that we may get started with our first roundtable. I will start with you, Dr. Renee, passing it through all the way to Heriel, if I got that name right. Dr. Renee, go. Please go.
Awesome. Nice to be here. Thank you all for having me as well at GatherVerse. So I am Dr. Renee Carr. I work at IBM. I'm a strategy consultant. So I have a doctorate in education. I often joke it's the least common doctorate out there. It's a professional doctorate. Some folks haven't heard of it. So some people say I have a PhD. It's an EDD. I've written a couple of books and I was a teacher. So some of the books I've written were around some of the teaching I did and on social emotional learning, my dissertation topic. And so I'll be talking to you today about all the different career changing I've done and the perseverance that women do experience and hope to continue to experience. So I'll pass it over to Cheryl, I think is the next person that Lynn mentioned.
Yeah, Charlene, no, I'll pass it over to Charlene, then we go all the way to Alexia. So Charlene, please go.
Thank you so much for having me. So great to be here. My name is Charlene Nichols. I'm the founder and CEO of the Omniverse City. We've developed this technology to provide a more accessible way for creators and businesses to connect with just the general public. We used to call them consumers, customers. We have all these different ways of defining the people that we want to connect with from a business sense. But I really love the way this new era of spatial awareness and metaverse and AI, it's really turning us more into like a community. So it's giving us new ways to kind of define our connections, and we're just here to facilitate that. So thank you for having me here.
Welcome. I'm passing it to you, Bay, briefly.
Hi, everyone. Hi, thank you, Lynn. Hi, everyone. I'm Bei Wang. You can just call me Bei from the Netherlands. Good to see you again, Charlene. I think we shared the stage in the past. Last time I joined the summit on behalf of my startup company. So I was the founder of Web3 company. But this time I want to focus on my other identity. I'm a university lecturer, and I'm also on my third year of getting a PhD in digital transformation, focusing on China and the global South. I really enjoyed teaching courses about humanities and technologies. So I'm here really looking forward to share some of my experience and thoughts with you guys.
Thank you. You're very welcome, Bay. Susan, you're next, please. Your mic, kindly. Please unmute.
Hello, nice to meet you, Lynn, and all of these wildly impressive women. And thank you, Christopher, for all you do to gather us together. My name is Suzanne Goldstein. I am the founder and CEO of my company, Dare Human. We are all about waking humanity the F up. And we do that through energetics and understanding the mastery of masculine and feminine energetics. My background is wildly diverse. I was trained both as a mechanical engineer and in theater and film. I spent a lot of time, I produced my first movie for Hollywood when I was 27 years old. And then I spent about 25 years in technology building Web 1.0 startup companies, which was amazing. And what I realized being a woman in technology and being called every bad name on the planet, I decided to go out and change the world for women and to really help us empower ourselves so that we have the tools installed in our preconscious mind, kind of like plugging into the matrix. We have tools to help us manage the emotional and energetic trials and tribulations of a changing world while we're creating harmony in our households so that we're living life in a great way. Thanks for.
Wow, that is very impressive. We create you in global community. Christy, please go.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here. My name is Christy Huss, and I am from the United States, and I am a journey facilitator. I help people explore the world through travel as a travel agent. I've been doing that for over 25 years, and I help them explore themselves, their inner world, and get to where they want to be in life as a high performance coach, speaker, and author. And I am very passionate about helping women all throughout the world. I have 6 daughters, including quadruplets. So girls are my specialty, and I think leading by example, we can make a difference and lead by example.
Wow, that is very impressive. We look forward to having your daughters in future. Cheryl, kindly go.
Hi, everybody. My name is Cheryl Streisalka. I come here representing my HR consulting company, Ugly Duckling HR Consulting. But like all of the women on this call, I wear many hats, operate as, the head of HR, aspiring author, keynote speaker, mom, neurodivergent person, and I come here today to help support some of the women watching in learning how you can find who your true identity is, figure out who you are and what fulfills you the most. And that's actually the topic of the book that I'm writing. So I'm just excited to be part of this, and again, honored to be part of this group of women. So thank you so much.
We're honored to have you too, and congratulations on your book. Alexia.
Hi, everyone. Alexia Dumboya. I go by the purpose-driven doula. So I am a doula and the founder of CocoLife.Black, Philadelphia-based nonprofit. We support moms in 3 key stages: pregnancy, postpartum, and compassion for the loss of a child or significant loved one. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Super excited to be here. And as it relates to my background experience, I spent a lot of time in the insurances and executive capacity. And so just with my own lived experience and impacted by those others in this space is what drew me to this work of maternal health, especially also listening to some of the disparities in care across our country. I definitely wanted to jump in. So I always say I decided to become what I didn't have at that time. So again, super excited to be here amongst all these wonderful people. I have 2 junior interns. One is 13 and one is 5, and an amazing husband that I'm so excited to do life with.
Thank you. Very impressive. Our dear audience, that is our panelist for today for this particular roundtable. I suspect we have a lot to cover. There's so much to learn. And I encourage you, our dear audience, please engage with our chats, engage with our speakers, follow them, connect with them. And shall we begin, ladies? Okay, we shall begin with you, Dr. Rini. What is the connection between grit and success in today's competitive world? And anyone can chime in on this too.
You say, what is the connection between grit and success in today's competitive world? That was the question?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Just want to make sure I heard right. Okay, so the connection really is, I think about this own experience, and I think hearing some of our panelists here today, the experience of getting a doctorate, I thought every day I was going to quit. And I really had to have the grit to get through that. And only 30% of people even complete their doctorate. And so I start with an example because it is such a difficult, I would say, accomplishment to get through. And as a woman with a background, my grandmother only had a 3rd grade education, came from Greece as a World War II refugee. My mother's father died at 16. She never went to college. And so I felt like I was collecting degrees for the women in my life that didn't have those opportunities. And so I thought to myself, my grandmother never would have had this opportunity. My mother never had this opportunity. I cannot quit now. I'm doing this for them. I'm doing this for the other women. And when I graduated, I looked at all of the women that were there. And honestly, I was just so proud to see that there were more women than men. And it was like, that was an exciting opportunity. And it's an educational leadership space. So I say this because you do need to have grit to make it through those challenges, those obstacles. If you think about those doubts and those setbacks, you're just going to stay hyper focused on that. If you think about your community and the reason why you set that goal in the first place, don't give up on that dream. Don't give up on that goal. Have the grit and the tenacity to make it through, even if it feels insurmountable. And like me, you're in your labor of your first child and having to study for those comprehensive exams. You can do this. You've got this.
Wow, as I listen to you, I'm also relating to what you said. When you look at your generations and you find no one has the academic accolade that you have achieved, you feel so proud, right? And I see you, Alexia, agreeing with that. Do you want to chime in on it?
I do. I love that. And I love being influenced by those who came before you and those who encourage your work. I always say, even as it relates to service, I'm a servant leader, but that's because that's what I watched growing up. Similarly, right? My grandmother, and my father were very influential in my lives. They always made sure that they gave abundantly. They were extravagant givers, if you will, to quote even one of my favorite authors. And I think one of the things that always stood out for me is that I wanted to make an impact in the world. I wanted my legacy to be of someone who did have grit. I wanted my kids to be able to see that, and not in the superwoman syndrome type of way. I think that's what I've learned in my latter years. I'll say I'm 42, so I can say that now, I feel like, but not in that type of way of burning myself out, but showing this balance between you work hard with intention, I'm purpose driven, and that intersectionality between what I'm really good at and what I'm called to do. I'm going to put forth the effort in order to accomplish those things, but I'm going to do so by making sure that those alongside me, we're all going in the same direction as well. So what Dr. Carr said, I don't just do this for me. I do this because when it happens, someone else behind or beside me is also going to be elevated.
Wow, what a very good mindset and a perspective to look at it. I want to bring you on this, Charlene. How do you remain persistent and maintaining a sense of purpose when facing setbacks? And anyone who has experienced this kind of setbacks, you can chime in too. Let us know how you remain persistent, Charlene.
Well, thank you so much. And I have to say, I host weekly events in Omniverse City where I let the community members come in and kind of share their experiences. And I'm finding a very big common denominator. A lot of them suffered from massive grief. I don't know if there's been a very big shortening of the life cycle, but I'm meeting people that have lost 2, 3, 5, 10 very close family members in the last couple of years. But one of the individuals, Paul Clark Caton, I'll give him a shout out. He said something yesterday that was very profound after losing his wife, which I'm sure was incredibly painful, his brother, so many family members during the pandemic and afterwards. And he said, our pain is our purpose. And when I think about it, when I started my company, I resigned from a career where I was technically very successful, except I wasn't fulfilled. And I felt like it wasn't my purpose to be in this very unrewarding, ungrateful, limited setting. And nobody was there to tell me that I was right. As a matter of fact, everyone told me I was wrong. It is wrong to think that the level of success that you have isn't enough. Like, how could you be ungrateful and not be satisfied with this? Like, you're the most successful woman in your in your company, and it's a big company, and this is success, even though it's not as aligned with some of the success of others. And I won't even associate it with gender. It's just there were others that were getting much greater pathways to success, but yet I was being made to believe that that wasn't my purpose. So I just defined my own purpose, and I let that be my barrier. And I guess that's my winded answer to that question, is really just defining your own purpose and raising that bar every day, never being, content. Somebody used, I think it was you, Alexia, the word legacy. That's the time. I'll leave on this, the dash in between. I attended a memorial of a very dear friend recently, and during the memorial, they talked about on your tombstone or wherever they identify your life, they will identify the date that you were born and the date that you passed, and that dash in between is really what you did with it. And I think that's kind of what we're all here for.
Yeah, I agree. And I just want to follow up on something on that. You mentioned whereby you were in a very high position, but you didn't feel satisfied, or it looked like you were ungrateful. There's so many women right now, they have these high accolades, and they may be feeling they're not satisfied, they're not fulfilled. How do they get the courage to walk out from what the society thinks they're successful, to being brave enough to go and pursue their own purpose? And anyone can chime in on that too. Okay, Susan.
So we all carry one of these, right? Whatever flavor. And I literally have gone through my life upgrading my life like software. So we're in a techie kind of community right here. And if you think about it, we are a supercomputer up here. And I believe we have a direct connect to source, whatever source means for you. It could be the thing that makes your fingernails grow at night. It could be what you call God from your church, and anywhere in between. And the thing is, when we are living on purpose, we create this thing where our passions and our interests and our skills come together, and we create extra heartbeats. And if you can constantly be looking at your life and feeling into where you think you're supposed to be, my concept of this is that as you age, as you mature in your career, your passions, once you know them, tend to hone in, but your interests expand. And so as we go through life, you might be pointing the flashlight of your passion at, for me, I started off in professional theater, and then I went into professional film, and then I went into technology, and then I went to social entrepreneurship, and then I taught at Harvard for a while. I've done a whole bunch of different things, and it seems like they don't fit together. But actually, they are me pursuing my passion, which is to make the world a better place, and I'm pointing my flashlight at different things. So we often think that changing directions is actually like, how can you leave that behind? And my philosophy is, I'm not leaving it behind. I'm upgrading my software. I'm plugging back into the matrix. I'm bringing in new code. And I'm currently at Suzanne 34.1. I started doing this when I was 27 years old. And so I just want to demystify this idea that we're supposed to be on a path. Like, Charlene, I love that you changed because it wasn't fulfilling for you. So you point your flashlight, your heart light, at something that feels better. And now it doesn't feel like work anymore. Now it feels like life.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I felt like that was so powerful. I still Bay, chime in. If you
Yeah, I would like to share something. I think I had a very unique experience of my whole life. I was born in China, and I grew up in an education system, and also a time that it seems that everything we do is for to contribute to the success of our country. So it's very collective thinking. And I moved to the Netherlands, to Europe in 2000. So it's like now I'm living longer years in the West than in China. And then in the last decades, we witnessed the changing of the world and the shift of a lot of things: technology, geopolitics, cultural exchange. But in between, I actually think that I there's one thing that is always consistent is the human aspects, because you have the technology changes, you have all these different system thinkings. So after like decades of living in the Western world, and I actually schooled in English literature, and I have worked in international organization. I was a journalist in international media, and then I become an entrepreneur, building like new digital platforms. But now I'm get back to school to teach, but also being taught by my student. I'm kind of like learning again. And I'm also a mother of 2 boys. My younger son, he has a very, very rare syndrome, very rare disease. So he has like very delayed learning and a delayed development. But actually, I learned a lot from him. So I think it's, for me, it's almost like this one red thread. It's about the human aspects, about how diverse, how different each human is. So for me, success is something defined almost like by a certain kind of predictable system. But I think in the end, it's really about something within. And I also want to bring in now more and more different thinkings. So after learning Western thinkings for decades, now I'm contributing more in the Eastern thinking and trying to connect them together. That's also the reason why I started my PhD journey 3 years ago. And I think that it's going to be very, very interesting to see, especially in the current time of technological advancement, that how can we really like still focusing on the human agency, because there's a lot of debates about AI, and AI, is it good or bad? But I think for me, we just, if we kind of like take a step aside and look at technology as just a means to an end, not the end itself, it's just a tool. But I think focusing on humans, focusing on a lot of different individuals, like today we are sitting together, and then I think every individual is an indigenous culture, indigenous background. So I think this is, for me, the most like beautiful but most important thing in our world, because we are all physical. So it's not like I don't fancy living in a like framed or created or defined world, but I think it's the human emotion that connect us together. And
I definitely.
so this is
Yeah.
something that I really feel like so nice to, maybe at the same time, I always feel like among all the discussion about female and male leadership, I think females, we talk more and more about empathy, but I feel like maybe because of the femininity traits that can bring more of those human elements. So
I want you to hold that thought, because I'm coming to that. That's a very, very crucial topic that we should address. And I do totally agree, humanity first. And that is one of the standards of GatherVerse, us bringing all people from around the world to express. It's our way of saying humanity comes first. Before innovation, before anything, humanity comes first. And I want to bring you on this, Christy. How do you balance perseverance with knowing when to consider or change direction? When is the right time to change that direction?
Well, I love this topic, and it's because I've had so many years of helping people travel the world. I've seen a lot and helped them plan a trip. There's a lot to be learned, I think, in how we travel and how we plan a trip. The perseverance we put forth when we set to go somewhere, we'll do about anything to get there. We'll endure some delays and bumps in the roads, and we will get to where we want to go, because it's that important. So when we apply that in our own lives with maybe a goal or a dream or something you want to do, if you put a lot of thought and clarity into what it is you want to become, what it is you want to do, as that like being the destination you want to reach, you'll set out to do it. I feel like having that clarity of your values, your how you want to feel, what are your strengths and your gifts, and combine them all. I use that as like a navigational tool in my compass. And if I'm following that, when those bumps in the road come, or the unexpected, when you have quadruplets and all of a sudden my plan changed, you need to shift. But it can be a great thing. It's just if I'm living in that compass and those navigational tools, whatever direction I'm headed the right way. So that's my pointing direction.
Thank you for highlighting that. And I love the compass behind you. It tells a lot. And it adds to what you have just said. Susan mentioned something to do with the continuous path of learning, and also this upgrading yourself. And I want to bring you, Cheryl, on this. What does continuous learning play in achieving success?
So I think that there's different types of learning, and while one path may take us down a more traditional academic path, which is admirable and exciting, there are so many other paths that we need to consider, especially when we're changing course. It's so important that we're reading, that we're establishing a reliable and supportive network of other people who are experts and have sort of been down that road before. And I think also Alexia had mentioned earlier that we're elevating others in our circle as we're growing. So we're learning from the folks that we're bringing along on this journey. I think Bay said that as well, that she's learning from her students as she goes. And so it's, I think, acknowledging that it does not have to be formal or conventional. It can be, you can learn something new and take a new piece of enlightening information from literally any aspect of your world if you're open to it.
I totally agree. It doesn't have to be formal. You know, when people talk about learning, they always have this mindset of a formal setup of learning. And even this setup right here, the expressions that you're all contributing, I'm learning. I feel like I should have my notebook on. Maybe, Alexia, do you want to chime in on this? I see you agreeing to that.
Yes, I mean, I think that one of the things I was most excited about, one, I love the name, and I think when we have, all of us had to go through this path and journey of deciding names, and we don't oftentimes see as much emphasis put in it. But even something as what could be seemingly simple as what you name your company, what you name your organization, and as we've done it, those of us who have gone through that journey of even motherhood or birthing, the value and connection to that. And so I think that one of the things that continues to resonate for me is, as I looked for my screen, one, yes, we are connected through so many different ways, through our own experiences. And so what that does is takes the level, and I think Susan said it too, but humanity, right, becomes like our common thread. And it's very difficult to be mad. Well, let me not say that, because I love my husband and sometimes I get mad, but to stay mad, to act in an egregious manner towards someone that you've built a connection with. And so if we simply take the time to do something like this, right? None of us knew each other before we journeyed into this space, but nothing also happens by chance. And so I thank God for the blessing of just being able to be in a shared space where we not only have the same objective as wanting to be able to speak in a public domain. But I think all of us, from what I heard, came here with a desire to connect, to be able to inform as to why we are here in this space. And hopefully, whether we knew it or not, whether it was intentional or not, show other people how just coming together can make a difference. And so that's empowering. As a woman, as a Black woman, as a woman who also has to navigate many spaces where I don't not only always see other women or people who identify or come from other marginalized spaces exist, but it's empowering and encouraging because I know that there are other people out there that share that common goal. So that's where we can connect. We don't have to connect in areas that are inflated when they don't really mean as much. But what we can connect is in something as important as we value each other enough to come here and be present, and we want other people to see the same level of importance.
Wow, that is very profound. And I totally agree with that. connecting from a space of value. And maybe just to read some comments on our YouTube platform, because this is such a powerful talk. We have Coco Live saying greetings here. We have Sarah saying very glad to be here. Good to see you. And someone says, Swati says, yes, I'm learning a lot from trading patience and discipline. Our dear audience, keep engaging with this panel. I feel like gems are being dropped. And if you want to drop something too, please drop it on the comment section. I'm going to go to you, Suzanne. How do you turn doubt and setbacks into opportunity? And I also want you, Dr. Renee, to chime in on this as well.
Thank you for asking. So I bring science and woo together. I teach neuroscience, but I also teach spirituality and how to get people to move from this 3D plane that we live in into the path of consciousness through the 4D and into 5D consciousness and what that actually means. So if you live in that space, and if you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's okay. This is a whole world that could open up to you. When you live in that space, what you understand is everything is for you. There is no such thing as a setback. Everything that is delivered to you is meant for you to learn from it and to become. So 20 years ago, I was told I was a cough away from being a quadriplegic. And at the time, they basically said, we can go in through the front or in through the back. And I was like, wait, no PT? Like my whole neck was completely, messed up. And that moment, my life changed on a dime. And I never thought during the process that it was going to be for me, but it turns out it was the greatest gift I've ever received in my life. So I want to suggest to everybody, I teach through movies. It's a big part of my life. There's a movie called The Adjustment Bureau that I want everybody to watch, because what happens is that we go through life and then something comes in your way, whether it's the bus didn't come on time or, for some reason your car wouldn't start. There's a reason that happened. It set you in a different direction. And so these adjustments, it's like the universe is coming up and it's just, saying, hey, go over here, look over here. And sometimes we look over there and we're like, damn it, I wanted to look over here. And now why am I having to change? In my world, that means you're actually creating new timelines. So if we talk about the multiverse, every time you change direction, every time you do something that you didn't know you were going to do or try something new, you actually are creating the opportunity for a brand new timeline in the multiverse. And when we do that, we start to be able to say to ourselves, who do I desire to be? It's always about who. It's not what, it's not how, it's who you want to be. And once you determine who you want to be, even for this next quarter or year, you can reverse engineer out of that by saying, if I want to be like her, meaning the future version of me, how can I cue myself through this year to become closer and closer to that level? Now, I'm not talking about a person who goes to the gym 3 times a week. I'm talking about the integration of what I call themes. Like, here's my theme for this year. I have one every year. This one is the stars are not as far as you think they are. Last year was what would Taylor do? Because I wanted to really up my game, even in the face of adversity. And I was like, what would Taylor do? She'd write a song about it. I'm talking about Taylor Swift, for those of you who don't know, but like she'd write a song about it. She'd go and prove to everybody she could do the biggest tour in the world because people told her she couldn't. So like when you choose who you want to be next, you get to become her, and everything that feels like a setback is actually an opportunity.
Wow, that is so impactful. When I think about that and shifting our mindsets, like there's no setback, it's just a learning experience and everything is working for you. Whether good or bad, everything is working for you. Dr. Renee, do you have something to say on this topic before we move to the next one?
Yeah, I would like to echo what Suzanne already said. I was going to say the same thing, that you can't view the setbacks and these doubts as negativities, so you can turn them into positives. So seeing them as opportunities, especially when you have multiple setbacks in a row, it can be difficult to see them as opportunities. I'll use an example of trying to career change, kind of go back to a previous question. When you are career changing, you may have to go through multiple interviews. I had to go through 12 interviews after being a teacher People kept seeing me as a teacher. They wouldn't see me as anything else. It didn't matter that I worked in associations, NGOs, government contracting. I can brag about it all, but they didn't see any of it. All they saw was teacher. And it's terrible that we have these negative views as teachers as a society in the United States, because teachers are amazing individuals. We think on a dime. We can do conflict resolution, deal with multiple personalities at the same time, and read the room like no other. I have so many skills I learned as a teacher I never got from being an office worker. And so that was a setback. But honestly, after doing 12 interviews, all 11 were in education, which is hilarious that people in education, nonprofits, did not want to hire a teacher. But I ended up in the tech space. So Okta, which is now IBM, it got bought out, picked me up, and they wanted a teacher. And they saw me as an opportunity. Instead of having doubt about me and my skills and my abilities, they were like, no, we want a trainer. So I train leaders at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And I use my books, Social Emotional Learning, my dissertation, Emotional Intelligence. So everything I hear Bay saying around empathy, the woo-woo topics I hear Suzanne talking about. I'm from the West Coast, Bay Area, and Seattle area. So when I hear the woo-woo, I'm like naturally born in the right places. And so I resonate with a lot of what we're saying here. And I just want to say too, I had initial doubt. I'm a trainer. I'm very comfortable facilitating. With these leaders at CMS, which can be off-putting for some folks. People ask me, are you nervous? I'm like, no, I do. I taught in Prince George's County Public Schools, Maryland. I am not nervous. I can handle this. And so I had this doubt that I couldn't be a coach. And that was really interesting for me, because I ended up coaching a couple of folks, and I really didn't think I could do it. And actually became a really great opportunity for me to help other folks professionally develop and do something that I didn't think that I could do. So I guess long-winded answer to say, like, you can have initial doubt, turn it into that positive, and continue to make the lemonade out of the lemons.
I agree. And someone says on YouTube, Swati says, yes, an educator at heart. I think that defines you too. You're such a very good educator from what we've had from you. And also all the teachers. A shout out to all educators out there. We value you. Where I come from, if you're a teacher, you're the guru of the community. You know everything. Everyone assumes that you know everything, and you're highly respected. So shout out to all teachers. I'm going to pass to you, Charlene. What role does mentorship play in helping women overcome challenges and remain persistent? And anyone can chime in too.
Well, thank you, Lynn. And I have to say, listening to all of you, I feel like, wow, these are things I say, like these realizations, a lot of these like things that you guys are sharing that I'm sure you've discovered through, however long you've been on this earth. It's not like you just have this knowledge and this experience now. You've gone through these phases where you take away like this piece of insight. Mine is redefining reality. I redefine reality all the time, not on purpose. It's just because I really do try to, because of what I do as a virtual world developer, having no technology skills at all, I explain to my team how to do it, and they build it. And that level of communication as a team has taught me so much about how to really communicate. I think AI has done that for us too, right? You speak to ChatGPT or whatever your AI large language model of choice is, and it spits out this result that is so insightful. And you're like, that was what I was saying, but you made it even clearer, And it's like this new era of communication is so profound. Every one of us, human, somebody else said we're human beings, right? I think it was you, Bay, that you said, let's focus on humanity and not just AI. The one thing that makes us distinctively different from AI is our perception is changing in real time based on what we're receiving. And we have the ability to have an impact on the things around us by the choices and the actions that we take. And by us being very accountable to what those actions are and really present to how that's impacting the world around us, we can be a mentor without even speaking, just by the way that we're interacting with everything around us, whether it be in a virtual world or a physical world or, in a place like this. And that's what's going to be our legacy. That's what we're going to leave behind. We have a gift right now in this generation. 2, 3, 4 decades ago, if somebody left the earth, there was nothing that left behind other than like photo albums or like stories, like remember what Georgie did, like those porch stories. But now we have my children and my family is going to have hours and hours and hours of watching me run my mouth on various platforms. And I'm so grateful that we're in this era of technology where we really get to define the footprint that we leave behind. And I think coming back to the question, Lynn, I think that's how we can really embrace our roles as mentors by just taking accountability for the moments we have like these to share our perspective with the world.
Wow, that is lovely. And okay, Suzanne, please join in.
So to me, mentorship is the most important thing that exists on the planet. And it doesn't matter if it's formal or informal. I happen to be a mentor for a living. It's what I do. But I was mentored. My mentor is turning 99 on Friday, and I've been with him for 35 years. And as our lives have grown, our roles have switched. And so for the longest time, I was learning from him, and now he's learning from me. And, I think the thing about mentorship and why it matters is because it is, whether you pay for it or you get it through an informal connection or a formalized connection at work, where you are assigned a mentor or assigned someone who's helping you rise. I know in the Army here in the US, they call it your rabbi. It's like the person who's going to help guide your career. That whole concept of having someone who is neutral, who can listen to be changed, who can actually see your own instituted enslavement and help you free yourself from your own mind, your own family's constraints, all that stuff. That is so important to have that vision outside of yourself to help you actually start to navigate in a way that you want to go. So I'm a big fan of mentorship. I think it's really important.
Yeah, now that you have said that, I want to take this opportunity too to shout out to my mentor, Christopher Lafayette, the founder of GatherVerse. He's given us this opportunity to even gather with us here. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. And every moment is precious, as Shirley, you have stated. Christy, I want you to help us understand how can embracing vulnerability be a source of strength in leadership? And I also want you, Bay, to chime in on this.
Yeah, so I think vulnerability is a very much a strength and an act of bravery and courage. I feel like we're getting very used to seeing people airbrushed images. They're putting out certain views, and for a while it seemed to be the thing everyone was doing, and it was just like putting on this persona of you having it all together, and that people would like you and trust you more, which I think there's a major shift now. People want more authenticity, and which includes vulnerability to really be who you are. And that shows that you're willing to grow and learn. If you do make a mistake, that you accept your responsibility, that you're not just pointing fingers or as a leader, just, passing it off on someone else and pointing out what they're doing wrong in order to elevate yourself. And I think, unfortunately, we see a lot of that going on instead of just being real, honest, and vulnerable, and surrounding yourself with people that are strong leaders themselves and that you can show by being yourself and using your best, bringing out their best so that you can elevate one another.
Definitely strength in vulnerability. Before you, Bay, I wanna jump. I wanna engage Alexia on this because I see she's rushing somewhere. Alexia, please chime in on this kindly.
Sorry, junior intern emergency. That happens from time to time. But no, thank you very much. I will be brief with that because vulnerability and embracing it is, again, how I entered into this space. So navigating 13 years ago, postpartum depression, severe postpartum depression and anxiety, but not having the language at that time. I had no idea what was happening to me, couldn't understand why I could not connect with my child during what should have been one of the most amazing times, and hearing everyone say motherhood is so natural. And that was debilitating to someone who is used to commanding the moments that are in front of me, and being very growth centered. And so from that, though, it was a moment where I had to embrace it. I had to be vulnerable with people to share what happened. And similar to what was shared earlier, I absolutely pivoted out of a very high profile, high performance driven environment into one that is still very driven. And the performance, though, that I'm focused on is helping other moms, other birthing people realize their strength through their vulnerability. And exactly what was said about there is purpose in our pain. And there's more gains that we have than the losses that we've experienced. And that is true leadership. Not just how can you lead from the front? What does your bank account look like? What are these different assets that we put so much focus on as it relates to wealth, but truly mentally? And then how are you leading in your lane? That's the language I like to use versus people saying stand in your lane, but understanding life has quarters. And so what I did in my 20s is absolutely not where I saw myself in my 40s, but I'm so grateful for people who led and gave an example, and it shows me how to lead in my lane. So I think that's how it can be a source of strength, because it helps you to identify your own strengths. It helps you to be empowered, and then it puts you in a space where you are a lifelong learner, looking at amazing people that sit in front of me here today and saying, wow, these are different ways that I can inspire, and this is what I can show my daughter too. There are some people that are within your reach. Not everything is a textbook and, decades away. There are some amazing people right now who are sitting on this screen who are doing some phenomenal things. And I want you to know that so that you know what you can be. But before you get there, you got to be vulnerable with the things that you may have gone through that could impact that.
Wow, impactful. And I want to just reflect or echo on what Charlene had said, your pain is your purpose. And Alexia, we're very happy to have you here. Maybe if you have the emergency, we were thankful for the little time we had with you. Bae, you want to chime in on this?
Yeah, I want to add some nuances about the discussion of this, because I think, again, this is also bring back some of my like Eastern thinking and Eastern philosophy, because in the Eastern philosophy, we often talk about yin and yang doesn't mean which one is inferior or weaker or softer than the other. It's more about the balance of different aspects. Because often when I started to join the tech world and tech founders world, it's very masculine. It's always a lot of male and young male, especially I think this kind of alpha male type of leadership traits are emphasized there. And then they talk about female, vulnerability. But based on my experience and my observation, and I noticed that behind those very put up, this like alpha male type of attitude, there is a very, very kind of strong, like a hidden fear underneath it. So I think that is actually the Achilles heel, because I experienced the scenario that when there is a crisis, some of my male colleagues, they are the ones they collapse the first. And so I guess that maybe by starting to be more nuanced about the vulnerability is we bringing all these different spectrum into the leadership. And what I think is all about how to make it more resilient. Because if we kind of visualize it, there is a very hard part, there's a very soft part, but if you bring them together, and then it becomes more kind of flexible and resilient. And I think that is the most strengths. I'm also a Tai Chi and Kung Fu practicer, and we always joke about there's a lot of philosophical discussion about Bruce Lee, and he always talk about be water. So sometimes like water, it's like in a flow, and then in a way, also the kung fu skill he practiced is this Wing Chun. Wing Chun is a type of fighting skill. Is actually more it's invented by a female fighter, so it has this certain kind of use of strength in it. So that's why I want to emphasize that, maybe we shouldn't really give the negative or positive tone of certain traits or definition, but it's just really bring a different level or spectrum of force into the action. Because I think in that sense, it's not polarized, it's not bipolar, but it's more like balanced. And I think the world currently really need that, because there's just so much very like polarized discussion of masculinity versus femininity, all this. And I think that actually makes more divide. So if we can kind of like bring all this together and then create the balance.
Loving this conversation. I didn't know Kung Fu was introduced to by a woman. I learned something
There's
there.
several fight skills, and Wing Chun, the one that Bruce Lee, he's very strong in. It's actually invented by a female. Yeah.
Wow, I learned that today.
I'd like to address a comment from the audience. Swati, do you mind? I'll just take a minute because it really hits home for me. Swati is saying that they've worked in the tech startup industry for 15 years and they haven't seen any mentor culture. I'm in the optical industry, and when I resigned from my position, mostly where we connected was in social media, and there was definitely no hospitable culture for startups or mentors or anything like that. And I had to create my own culture. I had to just get people together that wanted to learn from each other. So there wasn't like a definitive mentor in the group. Even though I was kind of a leader bringing people in, I was very careful not to position myself as the ultimate leader and let everyone know that I'm just creating a new space where we can all kind of appreciate what everyone brings to the table. And that has exploded over the last 4.5, 5 years. And it's crazy when you see people join that are new. They're afraid to share because they feel well, there's this hierarchy, and those walls are being completely removed. There's no hierarchy anymore in mentorship and leadership. If you don't want there to be one, you can truly just today, even if you've never been a mentor before or a leader before, find an area where you're, and this is to you directly, Swati, find an area where you feel that you've got some experience and some knowledge, and just bring people in and, create a knowledge sharing group, because you'll be just blown away at how that empowerment can really lift you up and lift the others up around you.
Thank you, Charlene, for addressing that. Swati, I hope you've learned that. Perhaps you can also connect with Charlene. Her details are there. And Cheryl, I want to come to you. I want you to help us demystify this. What skills are the most critical in guiding leadership in an ever-changing world? Briefly.
So I think we talked about a few of them already today. Vulnerability is a big one. Being able to be human. I think showing that vulnerable side is critical for your colleagues to be able to experience. I think being the most authentic version of yourself is very valuable. There's also a lot of value in curiosity as a leader, and not thinking you know everything, no matter how long you've been in an industry or in a role. And then I think adaptability is probably up there as one of the most important, because as the world changes and technology evolves, and as humans evolve and us across the world in the workforce learn what's important to us, leaders need to be ready to flex and pivot as those needs evolve.
Thank you. And about knowing it all attitude, perhaps maybe you can dive in a little bit deeper. How does a leader who has had experience over something for such a long time get rid of, just shift from that knowing it all mindset and being flexible into learning something new? How do you tackle that, Cheryl?
Oh, I think the sources of this come from different places for everybody. I think we all find a reason to change our mindset, but it has to come from the person. You can have everyone in your life telling you need to make that shift, and until you're ready, I think it's really tough to do that. So I think just being honest with yourself, not punishing yourself for your past, but sort of assessing where you've come from. And then I think even Suzanne talked about looking at the next version of yourself. Who is the future me? Who do I want to be? And what do I need to do to get there? I think that combining those two things, you can get there quite naturally.
Well, thank you for sharing that. This is our last question, and I want anyone to chime in briefly before our time goes off. What mindset shifts do you believe are essential for women to sustain long-term success and impact? Who wants to go with that? Cheryl, Christy? Okay, whoever. Okay.
If you don't mind, I can just chime in quickly in the beginning.
Christy and then Suzanne, briefly. Yeah.
So there are 3 mantras that I live by. I learned this in somatic therapy. If you tell yourself every day these 3 things: I am safe, I am enough, and I am ready, this will be the impetus for all of the change you're looking for in your life. And I'll hand it off to Christy next.
Yeah, so I thank you. That was great. And I feel like mindset shifts, I think at looking, so much of how we see the world is opening up our mind to different perspectives when we travel. And I feel like you can look at something always a different way. So that's exactly what you're doing when you shift your thinking. I call them flips or reframes. So take something and changing it into another. And when you talk about that long-term success and impact, a big shift and change I made was from the daily grind to the daily find, to find purpose and fulfillment, and not just doing more and adding more, making sure it's purposeful and aligned with where I want to go so that you can sustain long-term success and enjoy it.
Amazing.
I just want to chime in super quick because I think oh, yeah.
Okay, Susan had gone first, and then we come to you, Charlene. Kindly
go for it.
Thank you. First of all, I love these women, so let's all stay in touch. This is really cool. I really believe that our brains are the key to everything, because if we understand that our brain is just part of our human and it's not part of who we be, that we get to understand it. So one of the things I say to myself all the time is my human is struggling, but I am not. Meaning I am my higher self, my super soul, whatever one likes to call it. And I know all the answers, but my human often gets confused. And the biggest thing that humans do is we have habits. Our brains are processing hundreds of thousands of pieces of data every single day. And if we did not have the good kind of biases, every day we'd pick up our toothbrush and go, what am I supposed to do with this? Right? We have things that we have neural pathways that have been created in our minds to help us do shortcuts. And those are often good and very often bad when it comes to looking at other people. So just for a quick exercise, everybody cross your arms like you would if you were cold. Just cross your arms, everybody in the audience, everybody here online. And now I want you to just notice it's pretty comfortable, right? This is what you do when you're cold. Now shake your arms out and do them the other way. And you're like, I don't even know how to put my arms in the opposite direction, right? For us to change who we be, we have to be willing to get uncomfortable. And that discomfort of just doing that simple thing with your arms, try brushing your teeth with the opposite hand, putting your pants the other way. We've got to literally like detangle the neural pathways in our minds that are the familiar path we keep going down over and over again. And if we do that, we're creating our own long-term success in our life.
Well, thank you. Shelley, where are you?
And I'll just be very brief, Lynn, but I really wanted to take this opportunity to address a very important mindset shift that I don't see enough people embracing. And that is the idea that the future is profoundly early. We are experiencing technology, ways of interacting with each other, connectivity across the world that is just completely unprecedented. And this is a moment where we all have to really adjust our mindset to the reality that there's opportunities that you need to embrace. You need to define what is your persona going to be in these virtual worlds? How will you go into a virtual world and maybe try things? I love what you said, Susanna. I related so much to it. You can kind of test different versions of yourself with an avatar in virtual reality very anonymously, and kind of even with AI, we have these little characters in our worlds called digizens. Some of them are like, one of them is me. Her name is Charlie Nichols, and I talk to her all the time, and she's incredible. She teaches me things about myself all the time. You haven't lived until you've created like a persona of yourself based on your own mindsets and beliefs, and really kind of asked it questions that and got received answers that you would have never thought. So challenge everything, change everything, really embrace this era.
Thank you so much. I felt like we had a very, very insightful talk, and we could go for long because I was learning so much. And our audience too, please feel free to connect with these speakers. There's a lot to learn from them. Thank you so much for this powerful kickoff. Sorry, I'm gonna hand this over to the GatherVerse team. I'll gather as well. Thank you, ladies. Greetings and hello. This is the first fireside chat of day 2. And with me, I'm very honored to have Kaylee Brown with us. And before we even dive to the whole conversation on her education, educational leadership in an era of AI, Kaylee, you'll help me pronounce your name quite well. Yeah. Please introduce yourself. Tell us who you are and why you're here.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. My name is Kaylee Brown. I work at Pearson, the education company, and a part of the company called Pearson Labs. So what we do is we work across all of our divisions, all of our products, trying to figure out how emerging technologies like AI, like VR, can be applied to help our learners and our teachers kind of solve their biggest problems. So I'm obviously passionate about AI and about kind of implementing it in the classroom and in ways that are very efficacious and helpful to not only teachers, but students and all other stakeholders as well.
Wow, thank you. We're very honored to have you here. Thank you for setting up your precious time to gather with us. Now, shall we dive deep into our questions?
Yes,
okay.
Let's do it.
So in your experience as an educator and passionate about AI, how can educational leaders adapt their roles to guide institutions effectively in this rapidly AI landscape?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. Something that I harp on quite a lot is responsible use of AI. I know initially when ChatGPT first really came on the scene and started getting widely adopted, there was a lot of pushback from educational institutions to ignore it and prohibit it and stop it from being used. Luckily, that mindset has kind of been shifting and fading in educational organizations, and they're opening up more to using AI in the classroom, which I think is a great move. I think it's all about how you use the tool with anything. It can equally do good and it can equally do bad. So I think that leaders and teachers need to design learning experiences embedding AI in the process so students not only learn how to use it, but that they use it in the right ways. And when I say responsible use of the tool, what I really mean is that it's human nature to pull things from the tool that confirm some of your own biases. So designing experiences that really challenge that. So for example, having ChatGPT create 2 different opposing viewpoints on whether something like uniforms in school is a good thing or a bad thing. And then having a student read through both of those and kind of discussing with other students what their opinion is on it. Coming up with a consensus within that group and presenting, suddenly you're hitting a lot more of the Common Core than just, writing or essays. You're kind of teaching students to be more critical thinkers and to, kind of follow along that kind of train of thought. And even beyond that, something that my group at Pearson has really been talking a lot about recently is using AI beyond trying to improve old processes. So I think that the first use case people think of when they think of AI is trying to make old processes better. So for example, like AI grading assessments. But I think that if you go back to the core problems that you're trying to solve and try to create new processes using AI in a different way, how can you use AI to create better outcomes? What's, leaving behind the old constructs and finding the best way to solve these problems using the new technologies that we have available and kind of getting out of that old kind of way of thinking.
I love that perspective where you said you create AI, a scenario whereby AI acts as the opposing side and the student battles that reasoning with it. It's quite very impactful, and also creating new processes. It's not just about advancing old processes, but also trying to find new processes of doing things. But as we just talk about that, I'm wondering, I'm in Africa. I'm going to be honest, accessibility here is still a challenge. We do have accessibility. I have one, but there's still a huge part of the world, not only in Africa, that doesn't have accessibility. How do we address these disparities in access to AI-powered educational tools, resources for learners worldwide?
Yeah, it's a great question. And it's a tough question. I think if it were an easy question to answer, we probably would have solved it by now. But I think in terms of using AI and knowing how to use AI, there's not much training needed in order to access some of the benefits. And before anyone is kind of annoyed about, prompt engineering is a thing and you need to be taught, I think that doing those classes and having that training is helpful to jump the learning curve. But what those courses really do is to help us to kind of get those benefits faster, but you can still reach that just by experimenting, playing around with the tool. AI can teach you how to prompt it and all of those sorts of things. But I think in terms of physical access to the technology, which is more what you're talking about, I think is that there's issues even in the US, in rural schools where they don't have access to good internet or computer access for students with, in lower socioeconomic classes. But these point to a larger infrastructure issue that exists with any technology, new or not. And so I think or I know that there are grants and funding available and organizations that are working to try and solve this problem. But as long as you have some kind of access to internet, whether that's at a public library or, elsewhere, and a technology-enabled device like a phone even, you should be able to access at least basic AI tools. But even beyond that, and even in the last session, y'all were talking about mindset. I think that is sometimes a bigger issue to solve than the physical access to technology is how do you enable people, everybody, to feel like they can play with AI and that they have the skills and the confidence and that they know enough about data privacy and how to protect themselves to be able to access these tools. And I don't mean that to sound like flippant or like it's simple, because that's sometimes a bigger issue. But how do we, create a security blanket for people to go in and be able to play around with this? And this all goes back to education, which obviously is the most important piece for me in all of this.
Yeah. It is the most important piece. I agree that. And you have mentioned something about security, and this drives me to the conversations of ethical training too. How should educational leaders approach the ethical challenges posed by integrating AI into learning environments?
Yeah, I think there's multiple meanings to this sort of word of ethical. Are we talking about cheating? Are we talking about security? Do we mean how do we use it with teaching, how we communicate with each other? And I think there's different answers for each. So just starting with the easiest one for me to answer, which is cheating, because I get asked about it a lot. And I think it goes back again to the first part of our conversation, that it's about designing the experience. And if you do that with AI in mind, then there's no way a student really can cheat, because you're relying on their own thoughts and their own critical thinking skills in more of a discussion forum. So they can't easily use AI to replicate that because it's so focused on the individual. It's not about what AI thinks, it's about what the student, you as a student think. And so that kind of brings in how teachers use it. And I think there's two different facets to this. And the first is that with the limited time teachers have in their work, a lot of reuse of lesson planning happens, which is totally fair. I taught school back in the day. My mom was a teacher, so I'm very empathetic to that problem that teachers face. But I think if you're using AI, you need to use it not to augment old lesson plans, but the lesson plans need to be designed around AI with that in mind so you can get the best outcomes. And then the second thing is, ethically using it to communicate. So there's a potential for a loss of trust between a student and a teacher if a teacher uses just AI to communicate with students and students are just using AI to communicate with teachers. That trust needs to be maintained. And so AI can be used in the process, absolutely, to help shorten that time, but there always needs to be a human in the loop. And then I think with security, again, we talked a little bit about this, but just teaching students, having it embedded in their learning process of don't put this in the tool, put this in the tool, this is what it should be used for. Here's how that data may be used on the back end. And that's something that largely we haven't really been teaching in schools. It's not a Common Core standard to know how your data could be used against you, right? So.
Yeah, very, very, very insightful. And I want to do a follow-up on that. You mentioned a place where trust can be lost, a scenario whereby teachers are using AI to communicate to students and students are doing the same. Do you see that scenario happening? And how can we mitigate that before it happens?
Yeah, I think that teachers obviously have a lot on their plate. And so I think that there is a very strong temptation there to do that, especially when it comes to grading. So putting a student essay in an AI tool and having it grade it and come out with something else. And it's something that my mom was using, right? But she was very careful. And I think that just being aware of it and knowing that there is a trust there, an implicit trust between teacher and student that should remain, right? That is a common thread to a student's educational experience, right? So using that again, but making sure that it sounds like that you are the one reading through that you're engaging with the student in more ways. And maybe it's not just grading it, but you can engage with the student in other ways, especially since a lot of that administrative burden can be taken off by AI. You can now use that time to, be more communicative and build that relationship even more.
Wow, I hope that scenario doesn't happen, but thank you for sharing that insight. We already know what to do if that happens. Speaking of adapting these systems of AI and even teachers themselves adapting to it and students, what strategies can educational systems adopt to prepare students and educators for an AI-driven future?
Yeah, it's a good question. Another great question. All these questions are amazing. But I think that this is an output of the lesson planning and design that I mentioned before. But in addition to that, I know that there's a concern about AI killing creativity or creative thinking. And the students will just offload everything in academics and hand it over to AI, but I'm ever the optimist. And so I'm in a slightly different camp on this. I think that there's two ways in which AI actually improves cognitive functions. So using AI and figuring out how to use it, that process is problem solving and its adaptability. Which is exactly what the skills are that are needed for the future. And again, these things are in the educational system, but not incentivized in the right way with the current system that we have, because with the assessments that we're given, it's about Common Core. And teachers need to have those Common Core state standards, whether they accurately prepare students for the future or not. So I think that there needs to be a shift more toward this idea of, students pick a career before they enter college, work in that career for the rest of their lives. That idea is long dead. And for example, who do you know that still works in the same career that they thought they would when they first got into college, right? So we need to be preparing students for more uncertain futures. And sort of that's where this idea not only of AI literacy comes in, but just those ideas of, soft skills. So I know there's called soft skills. Some people call them portrait of a graduate. What I've heard best described is as training students to become creative generalists. So teaching them problem solving, teaching them critical thinking, use AI to augment current processes. And I think AI offers us a huge advantage in that instead of people starting from this base level of knowledge, we now can start them from this base level of knowledge. They have all of that AI behind them. And now it becomes more about what is uniquely human? What can we add to the system? And how is that? And that's what's really going to count in the coming years, because a lot of the careers that are currently available won't be available. And there are careers that we can't even fathom right now that will be available. So how do you teach students to be flexible and to be able to enter into those new areas?
Yeah, as our times goes by, I could spend so much time with you here, but I want to do also a follow-up on, you mentioned the system, the current education system that we have right now, and we do acknowledge there's a gap. Do you see the current education system itself, the system itself, coming to a point where soft skills are prioritized more than career skills, or the traditional way of doing things, choosing a career that you do for a long time, which is now impossible? Do you see that system coming into place?
Absolutely. So I think that we're seeing a lot of change triggers toward people wanting to move more into a future-focused system. And I think that that's really evident in places like charter schools and private schools. And that's always where innovation starts, within the system, right? Because they have a little bit more freedom. They're not reliant on public funding in a lot of cases, right? That they can kind of start shifting mindsets. There's a school called Alpha Schools in Austin, where I live, that is kind of doing a little bit of that, right? Using AI to augment processes, preparing students for a future. They have the second half of the day focused on experiential learning, which is exactly what is needed in order to, create these critical thinking, all these soft skills training. So I think that we are at a point now, especially, we've been at a point for several years where the education system just really needs to change. And I know there are a lot of people pushing toward that, but education, the larger system itself, is sometimes one of the last to change, right? As education and government kind of go hand in hand, and they're a little bit slower to pick up on some of this stuff. So I think that it needs to change, and it will change, but currently those changes are kind of focused only on the higher socioeconomic classes, because that's who can afford this kind of education. And so I think that it's about making that accessible across the entirety of the system that's going to be the difficulty.
That is quite true, very true. And someone was talking about that yesterday. Not sometimes, the government, or maybe these systems that we found, they take time before they adapt to the new systems. And I also believe it's an opportunity for people like you and what you are doing right now to champion these changes. And we appreciate you, Kaylee. Sorry for that. Thank you for spending your precious time with us, dropping some gems. We're happy to have you again. So our audience, please engage with Kylie, follow her. There's her LinkedIn back on the backdrop, and we were very happy to have you, Kylie. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lynn. So happy to be here. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Greetings and welcome to our second roundtable panel for Day 2 SHE Summit 2025. We're hoping that every session and every speaker has impacted your life in every way that they could. And for this session, we are going to discuss about purpose and profit, driving businesses, profitability rooted in humanity. I am not alone. I have a roster of expert panels who are going to help us demystify this topic. I'm going to start with you, Gemma, all the way through to Carolina. I want you to introduce yourself briefly and tell us what you do. Then we can jump into our session.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Lynn. I'm Gemma. I'm based in Nairobi in Kenya. I've worked in impact and worked with for-profit and non-for-profit businesses for about 13 years now. And I'm currently working for a large Pan-African social business in their impact department.
Welcome, Gemma, all the way from Nairobi, just as where I am. Paula, kindly. Your mic.
Hi, thank you for having us. My name is Paula Bowens. I'm actually in Richmond, Virginia, and I'm with Disruptor DAO. And we are a collective of entrepreneurs, business owners, and educators. And we're founded by a group of women who come together to disrupt the wealth gap. and we're cultivating a generational wealth and preparing for future business and investment in disruptive tech. Our community it supports and maintaining abundance of mindset, knowledge, and wealth. So thank you for having us. Oh, and I just want to say one thing. This is very relevant in our today's session with Wellness Wednesdays. We have on every Wednesday at 7:30. This is actually talking about capitalism. So if anybody would like to join us, I will have that information later on in the chat.
Thank you for inviting us. And shout out to Disruptor DAO. Stefania, kindly. Your mic, kindly. Please unmute your mic. All right, as Stefania tries to figure out her audio, Camila, I want to come to you kindly.
Sure. My name is Camila Sanders, founder and CEO of Greater Than Equal. And basically, we work with social impact leaders and organizations on strategy development and then also ecosystem building. So work a lot with startups, with social impact organizations, focus on impact and focus on people.
Welcome. Laura, over to you.
Hi, yeah, my name's Laura. I'm from England, but I live in Lebanon, and I've been living in the Middle East for the past sort of 8-9 years. I founded Concat, which is basically the first female and refugee-run digital agency. We basically provide digital services to clients all over the world, mainly web development, design, SEO, and ads. And then we have a recruitment arm where basically we have a community of like 200 developers, a lot are female, all over the Middle East, that we connect to employment remotely.
Wow, shout out to Middle East too. Coriana, over to you.
Hi, hello everybody. Thank you very much for inviting us. I'm Corina. I am from Romania. And it's a pleasure to be here. I work in HR for more than 20 years. I own my own company, which is called Dare, for 11 years already. I'm also a trainer, a coach, and a mentor, and I'm really involved in education. And I really like the subject for today. Thank you very much.
We are happy to have you, Corina. I had butchered your name first, but sorry about that. Corina, okay. You're very welcome. Stefania, over to you.
Is it working now?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Amazing. Thank you so much, and I'm so glad to be here surrounded by such talents. My name is Stefania Brunori, and what I do is that I support corporations and leaders that are purpose-driven with marketing, personal branding, and well-being strategies, because I do believe that it's through leadership that the best social impact initiatives and strategies can really have an impact.
Wow, we're happy to have you once again. And that is our panelist for this particular topic. And shall we get started, ladies? Okay, I shall start with you, Gemma. How do businesses balance purpose with profitability in today's competitive environment? And anyone can chime in too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I'm currently working for M-Copa. So M-Copa is a fintech. I think our product's a bit more complicated than that, but essentially we are a fintech, and our customers are low-income people who would not necessarily be given loans, right? What we would call the underbanked. And I think the main thing that we can see when it comes to a business that wants to have a social impact is it a product and service that people are willing to pay for? Because if they're not, even in the populations that we're dealing with, then it's something that's not going to be viable, and it's something that population doesn't really value, right? So I think that's number one. So definitely a lot of research and getting on the ground and understanding. I think you also need to work with aligned investors. So lots of investors do want to invest in social impact businesses, but you really have to make sure that what they consider impact and what you consider impact is very aligned. Otherwise, you're really going to come to kind of loggerheads when it comes to the decisions on budgeting and profitability and what that means. So having really honest conversations with your investors. And then I think the third thing is having all of the staff and everyone who's involved in your organization believing in the mission that you have, because they are the voice of your company. They're the ones who come to work every day driven by the impact that you're trying to create, right? That's why they work for you. A lot of the times you're not getting the big bucks that you would get in a complete for-profit organization, but people are doing it because they want to see the impact. Yeah.
That was quite impactful. And what I got from you that stood out for me is, do the people you work with believe in that mission? Because if they don't, I see a hurdle there. And you also mentioned something to do with humanity. Do the people want the product that you're offering? For you to create impact, do they even want it? And this leads me to the second question. What role does humanity play in creating sustainable and impactful business success? And I'm going to hand this over to you, Paula, and anyone can also chime in on this. Paula, your mic. Okay, as Paula gets that figured out, Camilla, kindly chime in on this too.
Sure. So, so the question was the role that humanity plays. I think that you really have to make sure that with every decision that you're doing within business, that you have to include the people that you're doing it for. So ideally, that would include the community that you serve, right? And you're not necessarily just having a business to have a business, but you're having a business for impact and to serve that community. And so as you're building with that community, and you're making sure, just like Emma said, that you're giving people, or they are actually developing what they want versus you just thinking of all the ideals and developing what you want. So to keep it humanity focused, you really have to integrate that community voice.
I appreciate that. Community comes first. Paula, please chime in.
It's the community, but it's also when you have businesses have two customers. They have the internal and they have the external. So within the internal is your employees, and you have to basically cultivate a culture within inside your business that's going to allow the internal employees to be happy in terms of being profitable in their business, which then they're part of the community. So as part of the community, if they're happy internally, then they're going to bring it back to the community, which then helps with the humanity and with the social impact in the businesses.
I totally agree with that. And this leads me to the next questions on challenges. We've had this all together. We have the community and the internal group. But what challenges and opportunities arise when integrating social impact into business models? Laura, this goes to you.
Yeah, so we had so many problems at the beginning in terms of the context that we were working in: banking crisis, favor explosion, COVID, you name it, electricity blackouts when trying to run a digital company. I think my main takeaway from this is like you really have to focus on the social impact and really care about that no matter what you do, because it's very easy when you're working on it to lose sight of the mission and lose sight of the community that you're trying to help, especially when it comes to looking at like revenue and funding, right? For us, we also faced a lot of stereotypes from clients around the people that we worked with, being like, if you work with refugees in countries of conflict, like, are they reliable? Do they know about data protection? Are they good at their job? Can they speak English? And actually, we've done a lot of education and kind of advocacy work around that. And now I think in certain areas of the world, there's definitely more understanding of kind of working with, especially in tech and remotely working with marginalized communities. But I really found that was one of the biggest problems for us, is like breaking down existing stereotypes and reframing the kind of concept of marginalized communities. And the word refugee was a big thing for us. Like, a lot of people would come to us as well, being like, you work with refugees, can we pay you $300 for a website? And I'm like, this word as a concept shouldn't be associated with paying us less. And there's a whole kind of piece around that. So I think a lot of the work in social impact is also around the language and the negative connotations that can be surrounded by that, whoever you're working with, and overcoming that in a lot of our comms and our PR was a really important part of like our success, I think, and addressing it face on. Like I wasn't embarrassed to say to a client, listen, just because we're working with a refugee, let's say, doesn't mean that it's okay for you to underpay us. And I think addressing those on a wider context really helped.
Well, Laura, I listened to you and I felt like I related to your story. And there's a lot of bias and stereotypes, and there are certain people in this world who have been labeled some names. And you have experienced that. Personally, I have experienced that too, from where I come from, this side of the continent. And I just want to follow up on that. Is there a reason for when maybe these communities, maybe they don't have a community like yours, they're just alone and they get underpaid? Is there room for them to negotiate better, or is it just good pay for them if they get underpaid based on the conditions they're in? Is it okay for them to just accept the underpayment?
I think it varies depending on the context, obviously. From my experience, what we found is obviously when you're starting a business, your prices are always going to be lower than they are as you get more advanced and as you get a bigger portfolio and as you get bigger clientele. For us, for the first year, any client we could get was great. So we said yes to a lot of clients that for sure underpaid us. But now that enables us to charge more now because we've got so many clients all over the world. And somebody once said to me at the beginning, like, don't chase the money, don't focus on the money now, like just create a portfolio of clients, create a reputation, and then you can start charging more. It's different. I mean, we're all female team, and that also the gender part comes into a whole thing about discrimination, particularly in the Middle East. So I think there was a lot of times when we undersold ourselves and undervalued maybe our own services through a whole confidence thing. So what I would say to people at that point is like, you have to start somewhere. So and people are always going to start lower no matter what. I'm sure all of us have been in a scenario where we've undersold either ourselves or people that we work with. And actually, I think you have to build from somewhere. So instead of looking back and making regretful, like looking back in hindsight and thinking, why did I charge this? I always try to be like, okay, next time now we know we charge more, even if it's $100, $200, and just keep building.
Wow, that is very insightful. Thank you for sharing that. And now that you mentioned financial results here, I want to come to you, Corina. How do you measure success beyond financial results? And Stefania, you can chime in on this too.
Well, I think success has multiple definitions, definitely. It's not only about the results. Results matter, of course. Profit matters because every business in the world is meant for profit. And that's why one of the reasons why we build up a business. But I think beyond the financial results, things like how people feel during the process becomes more and more important. And I think we can talk about social impact, about environmental sustainability, employee well-being, and customer trust. I think these are four major components in beyond the financial aspects. I think the psychological safety becomes more and more important because people need to feel authentic at work. They need to feel real. They need to talk to each other, to communicate with each other. So I think the social part of the business becomes essential. As my colleagues already mentioned, the social impact is really important in all the businesses in the world. So we need to take this into consideration and do things about this, because otherwise we will get lost, especially because of technology, because of AI, because of lots of things happening around us. We see lots of phenomena happening around the world. So we need to be prepared for the future. The future is now. Like you had a panel before, I was listening to it. So I think we need to invest more in this quality of relationships at individual, personal level, but also at organizational level, at society level, community level and things like that.
Wow. And I love that you mentioned something to do with well-being. I was looking at a statistic that McKinsey released of recently, and they were saying the current generation of workforce, they value safety and well-being more than even the pay. And I believe that is where we're heading. So I'm seeing a place whereby we're defining success not only financially, but also the well-being of the people who are working there. And also, are they okay? Are their families okay? And maybe Stefania, please add something to this.
Yes. There were two things mentioned before that link with the part of measuring. Someone was mentioning the part of the investors, okay, and then the other part on top of what Corina was saying on some of the things that we need to measure. So blending those two things together is like there are two speeds on this, right? The short-term pressure of having to deliver financial results and having to prove to the investors that the business is working. And on the other hand, being a bit more patient, and I think it was Laura that was talking about the skepticism. And for that skepticism, the only thing that can be done is to measure some other things that were mentioned before. But it's kind of reinventing on top of what all the businesses are measuring, things like well-being that Corina was already mentioning, but as well the brand sentiment, okay? How the customers are perceiving the brand. If there is a shift in the brand that is going into more a social impact and sustainable brand, how that brand sentiment is changing, or if it is already a business that from the beginning has those values, measure that. So it's about numbers as well with the talent retention. So we know that there is an alignment between the corporate values and the employees that come on board. You were sharing some statistics on the state of work, and there are also some statistics from McKinsey that say, I think it's more than a 70% of very young talent would be even willing to have a lower salary if they are working for a company that is aligned on values and is purpose driven as well. So again, it's measuring the retention of the talent, not only the retention, but also the satisfaction, as well as bringing to the equation the stakeholders, because this, I can't remember now, I don't know if it was Gemma that was talking about the alignment as well of the different parts of the company. So they need to be included at some point into the measurement. And the last one that I wouldn't like to forget as well is measuring the leadership as well. The leaders are the ones that really are going to make the rest of the organization really to be aligned. So there needs to be some measurement on different coaching assignments that can be there and assessments. So those are different ideas, but just to summarize everything, I don't think that there is a one fits all solution. Every company needs to choose a mix of different measuring keys to track.
Well, Stefania, I couldn't ask for a better answer that could summarize the whole topic than that. Thank you for sharing that insight. Gemma, I want to come back to you. What steps can be taken to create business culture that values both humanity and profit? And anyone can chime in too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is where I think businesses get this wrong. So I think they think, the senior leadership comes in and the founders and they create a culture and then the employees join, and, it doesn't work like that, right? The employees create the culture. I think, as Stefania was mentioning, what the founders can do is create values. This is the business that we're running. This is why we do it. These are the people that we're helping. These are the environmental benefits. And then you will attract the right people to come and work for you. And I think you will, because as we've heard, people are willing to work for less. They're going to work long hours. They're going to be doing multiple jobs, definitely in a startup, right? And then you are going to retain those people because they passionately believe in your company and your mission and your the kind of values behind your company. And then the culture will come from that. I think that's really important. I think another thing could be really making sure that whatever you're, if you're working with, let's say, low income women, that you have them as part of your business at all times. Get in the field, get to know them, listen to them. Because if you are not part of that community, naturally, you really need to be getting involved in it and becoming an expert in it and having them come and speak and be at the table. And I think they also help to kind of drive and make sure that those values and the culture remain in the company. And employees love that, from what we've heard and from what I see, we love to be in a company where we can see at the end of the day, some of the hard work that you put in that sometimes just feels like, what am I doing? Like, where is this leading? Fighting with investors and trying to get more investment. At the end of the day, you want to be able to come home and think, yeah, I helped someone today. And that's how I think, let the employees drive some of that culture.
Thank you for sharing. Oh, yeah, please.
I was just reading when I was studying up on today's panel, and one of the things that stuck out to me was the with Dan Price. I think his company's called Gravity, in which he was the CEO who was making $1.1 million in his salary, and decided in the culture of his company that he would have everybody have a starting salary of $70K, and through that $70K, and then he brought his salary down to $70K, and through that process, what he was able to do was get his employees stop worrying about their internal world in which how they're going to make their bills and start being more productive. So that's a case scenario in which what a CEO has brought to the table was like, let me recognize that my employees have an issue in terms of they're worrying about how to put food on the table. How do I resolve that issue? And then how do I become more profitable in terms of the company? And through that, they were able to retain their employees. The employees are happy, and now they're more productive in terms of increasing productivity.
Thank you for adding that example, and it's very, very insightful. I want to read something from the comment section for those who are interacting with us on our YouTube platform. Someone says, yes, I love it. Okay, thank you, great insight. Swati says, yay, Disruptor DAO, shout out to you. And Rosario says, great conversation. So our audience watching on our YouTube platforms, kindly continue engaging with our panelists here. I want to come to you, Camila. How can businesses worldwide adopt more human-centered approaches to profit?
Yeah, so I think if you look at human-centered design, one of the elements of that is empathy. And so a lot of times businesses kind of get in that process of just doing business as usual. And sometimes you have to pause and you have to say, wait a minute, are we thinking about the people that we serve? And I know someone said before about actually engaging with that community. If you're not able to engage with that community, or if you have engaged and you need a reminder, because sometimes we have to do a refresher with our different projects and initiatives that we're working on, is to start to not do things from your own perspective, but to think about the community that you serve and do it from that person's perspective. So it's all about making sure that you have empathy throughout the process. And then also there's a lot of businesses that are very established and are so separated from the people that they serve. And so I think that in the future, what would be wonderful is if businesses actually partnered with other businesses that are boots on the ground, like a lot of the businesses that are represented today and the organizations that are represented today that work directly with the community. And how can you partner to share resources and to actually make an impact and actually be more involved with the community that you serve?
Yeah, I totally agree. And yesterday we were talking about empathy, and I couldn't think of a better way to seal that than what you've just remarked. Laura, do you want to chime in on that as well?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what Camilla just said. I think actually, like in this day and age as well, it's not good enough for a company just to say, oh, we are human-centered and socially impactfully aware just because we give X amount of profits a year to a charity, right? Or to a social cause. I've had enough of companies that just say, oh, we're like socially ethical, we hit the ESG brackets because we give 2% of our profits to to replanting trees or whatever it is. And this, I think now is like the time where we actually have to call out companies that are not doing enough. And I think that's why it's really important to have these kind of conversations around that. Because I really believe that the social impact part of things is built from within the company. It's not just a thing that can be seen as external or after we've made our profit, we can do it. Companies like Concat, we've proven that we can employ the marginalized communities or more diversity within tech, and actually you can make profit from that as well. And so I think companies like that need to be at the forefront of these conversations to show what is possible, and that it's like not a valid excuse anymore, really not to be doing that.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. I totally agree with what you just remarked. This leads me to the next questions to you, Corina. What unique role do women play in driving ethical, purpose-driven business practices?
Well, first of all, I think leadership has no gender. I think we need to collaborate with each other, and I think we need to learn how to do it. I think we still have discrimination. We still have gender bias. We still have lots of judgment regarding relationships and regarding roles in society and also in organizations. And here, women often bring a collaborative, empathetic, and inclusive perspective to leadership. I think we have more and more impact. We have had lots of battles for our role in society along the history. If we take a step back and we look into the history of all countries, I think we have done lots of things. And I think it's time now not to have this war anymore between men and women. I think we need to start collaborating, communicating, understanding each other, and see what we can bring the best to the table, in order to get the best out of it. I think it's that time in the history, because otherwise we will have some negative effects, and we can see that already. And it's not about starting a war, it's about starting to work together and to make peace together.
Wow, I totally agree with that. Leadership has no gender. However, it's time for us to come together and collaborate and get the best, complement each other to get the best out of each other. Stefania, I see you agreeing to that. Do you want to add something to the topic on ethical, purpose-driven business practices?
Yes, I would say that we are going to see this year already a shift in leaders, in the sense that with their personal brands, they are going to need to be more courageous. And they will really need to take a stand on the causes that align with the companies. Social impact many times has been misunderstood as PR and as like we say, greenwashing. There would be another word for social impact washing as well, right? It's not working anymore. The new customers, the new generations are super intelligent. They are super smart, and they can spot immediately when the brands are not showing integrity. So through the leaders inside the organization, they will have to be more and more the face of their companies and their corporations. We have many examples when there are geographical, political tensions and conflicts that the brands get damaged. So this authenticity is going to be really needed from the brands and from the people who are the visible face with their personal brand of the company. And I think that's how really it will be more powerful. Any ethical company that really wants to show who they are, not really who wants to sell who they are through a PR campaign.
Yeah, you brought out a very, very important aspect where social impact is normally segregated in the PR side, where social impact is equated to CSR, and that's not the case. You have brought out a very, very important topic. It should be how a company should operate, if you may, by having humanity and social impact on mind. Paula, I want to bring this to you. What are the risks of neglecting the human aspect of business in pursuit of profit? And anyone also can chime in on this.
Well, the risk is you're not going to have a workforce. For the simple fact that if you're looking at today's generation and what their concerns are about versus what the businesses are concerned about, the generation is not necessarily concerned about profit as they are concerned about social impact. And so with that in mind, if the companies are not aligned with some of the generations today that are getting ready to go into the workforce, then you're going to be struggling like we already are in the tech space of getting people to come in and work for you because they don't align with their values. So the companies need to start looking at what today's generation is about and making sure their alignment in terms of some of those values that they're looking for in terms of people to come work for the company.
Alignment. I couldn't agree more than that. Being a younger generation too, I 100% agree on that. Camila, I see you want to chime in on this? Kindly go.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to something that Laura said about impact. I think that if the big risk is that if you're not actually making an impact and it's just part of your corporate social responsibility, then that is the old way of doing things. I think that there's lots of organizations that are tired of these other organizations that are saying we're doing this, we're doing that, but you're not really doing anything because you're so separated from the community. And so you're going to see, especially with new technologies and new communities and ecosystems being built, that we are able to come together and actually make that impact. And to go off of what Paula was saying, like now other people are going to be attracted to work for those types of company and to join into those types of movements that are actually making systemic change. So if you're not partnered with that and if you're not focused on that, I think that's the old way of doing things, and that's not how the world is going or needs to go, right? Because we have to really start making a real impact in people's lives.
Definitely. I do agree on that because time is still going on, and I want to hear from each and every one of you with this last question. And we will start with you, Laura. What is the long-term value of building a business that prioritizes humanity's well-being and social responsibility? We'll start with you, Laura, then we'll pass it on.
I think probably I could talk about this for hours. I think for me, the main thing that I've seen is they really, my team especially, like they really take ownership of their own work, right? That whole level of like accountability. And I found that, you know, I have to like encourage them to take holiday. It's absolutely crazy. And every other company I've worked on, we've been like fighting for the number of days that we have holiday. But in my team, it's because they know that we're all there. You know, we've just been through this most recent war in Lebanon. And I think that was like the absolute epitome of where you get to a point because of scenarios outside of your control, like where you have to prioritize the well-being and social responsibility of your team above anything else. And I mean, I use that as an extreme example, but luckily we'd already been prioritizing that. So when we faced such a big hurdle as the war, we were in a much more stable position and foundation than we had, instead of just having to suddenly focus on prioritizing that when we hit an obstacle or a hurdle. We focused on it since day one. So I think the biggest thing for us is just being the accountability that it has when the team feel that it's really built for them and by them, instead of me coming in and being like, I'm a Western white girl, this is how we're going to do it. It's really been run by the community and amongst them. They make all the decisions. And I think that is a real big element of our success and why we're still going today, because it's really everything we do in the company is about that. It's not, again, like what you were just saying, Camilla, it's not like we say that we do that and then it's not actually like that in reality. So I think also prioritizing that from the beginning, it's really difficult to lose track of that and go back to gain that feeling of humanity. So I think you really have to focus on it from the beginning.
And I also admire the courage that you have taken to help this women in navigating their professional lives in such a tough and difficult time. I wish you all the best. Stefania, I want to come to you. What's your remark on this?
Yeah, I was so immersed in Laura's that I think it comes back to what we were talking about before on the short term and the long term. So what it really brings to the table, building this type of business, is a sustained growth. And anything that is sustained is also going to bring a closer customer engagement and longer and a stronger customer loyalty. And we used to have periods of uncertainty that were short and then many years of stability, but this is not the reality now, and it's not going to be the reality. We are never going to have that stability that we had 20 years ago. So building on values and something that can stay with the customers, even through ups and downs of our business, is going to be essential. So for me, it's just a move thinking on the long term at the same time that we bring the revenues to run a company, because I do really believe that profit and purpose are absolutely compatible.
They are. I totally agree with that. Briefly, Corina, what's your take?
Well, thank you very much. It's a very nice topic and very difficult and complex at the same time. And I'm really happy that I'm not the only one here having the same problems, even if I'm from a different country and everybody else is from different parts of the world. So I think we need to concentrate our efforts on empathetic leadership. There are a few areas: psychological safety, mental health, education, and supporting each other, finding ways of collaborating and of working together. It doesn't matter the level of knowledge, the level of education, the level of our function in the company, the gender, it doesn't matter. The country we are from. I think it's more and more important to understand that we live in the same world, and our purpose in this world is to be happy and to be healthy from all points of view. And sometimes I have the impression that this is forgotten more and more. And the efforts the companies should, of course, target, need to concentrate on that and to have an impact in these areas.
I totally agree on that. And just to close us off, Camilla, briefly, as brief as you can, so that we may leave room to the next panel. Close us off.
Sure. So I think that when you prioritize humanity in business, you're future-proofing your business. If you think of, and we've all had like moments where we've experienced natural disasters or just maybe a medical issue or something where your whole world stops and the only thing that matters is your community and your network, right? And so we're going to start to see things like that in the future. So if you're prioritizing humanity, even if you think about artificial intelligence and how things are being automated, but humanity is not automated, right? So if you prioritize humanity, you're basically future-proofing your business for the world of tomorrow.
I totally agree. Maybe I can say, us as GatherVerse, we're prioritizing humanity and we're future-proofing. Gemma, please, briefly.
Yeah, sure. I think everybody has said pretty much what I was thinking, but I think just to end, I think as Paula had already mentioned, and it sounds like the work that you do, Paula, is around this, right? Like if you don't have people who have wealth and prosperity, then you're not going to have a business in the first place, right? And when we talk about wealth and prosperity, we don't always just mean money. You know, we mean, have you got good air quality? Have you got food? Have you got access to art and counseling? And if we have that, then we have a much more safe and stable world, which means you can have a much more stable business.
Thank you. Paula, briefly, then close this off.
Well, I would just have to agree with everyone and just say that you know, it's about the people, and it's about and where the businesses are in the community, and if you take care of the community and the people, then your business will thrive.
Thank you. Just so lovely having you today. Our dear audience, please connect with the speakers. And thank you so much for your lovely expressions, your insights, and everything. We look forward to having you in the future. Bye. Thank you so much. Over to you, GatherVerse team.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to GatherVerse SHE Summit 2025. I'm Sid Howard, and I'll be hosting today's fireside chat on courage when the world says no. Find a way to say yes with our guest speaker, Rosario B. Casas, as we will be discussing the power of resilience and how we continue to press forward in the face of adversity. Rosario, welcome. Would you introduce yourself?
Thank you. Happy to be here, and thank you for the invitation and for all the event. It's challenging not to be at the first conversation of the day because after all these amazing conversations.
Absolutely, absolutely. I feel you. And again, thank you so much for joining us. And would you tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, and why did you join GatherVerse?
Well, that's a big question. Okay, I'm Rosario Vicasas, proudly Colombian, working globally from the US mostly, and I love to say that I'm a Latinapreneur. And I use that word because of two things. One is because I'm an entrepreneur. I'm the co-founder of BC Partners Tech, a software fabric working with data. XR Americas, an immersive reality software company, and Brooklyn to Bogota, a free program to train small business owners on digital transformation and growth mindset. So I say I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm also, I have the Latina spirit, and I will use that because sometimes, and that way I will connect with what we are talking about. When you are not raised and grow up in a place where you are already connected with the global economy, you need to learn how to use your skills and to train your skills in a different way. I'm also an advisory board member for organizations like South by Southwest, Pitch, and I'm a mentor at organizations like Founder Institute, Women.nyc, and NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center. And I am a TED Talk speaker. And why I love to be part of GatherVerse, because I really think that since the first day, since day zero, Chris created a space where we are really trying or working to connect people from different places of the world, from different backgrounds, who are using technology to build humanity first. And I think every time we have a GatherVerse event, hearing and learning and understanding what is happening in the other corners of the world, and in a world where attention is very scarce, is a very important thing. It's like obtaining a PhD every time on what is happening in the world with technology and who is doing what to create bridges and connect technology for good.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rosario, for giving us your background and telling us about who you are in this vast scheme of things. And wow, wow, you have a lot under your belt, as well as I love how you're connecting your roots and identifying yourself as a Latinpreneur and really spearheading that and using your identity to synthesize what you do. So thank you so much for giving us that. And first and foremost, I want to personally ask you, how do you do it?
well,
how do you do it?
I have two real tricks. The first one is I come from a family of very strong and self-driven women. So is like my mother, my grandmother, my aunts, my sisters, even my nephew already, they are self-driven. They are looking for being impactful. And the reality is I learned that from my grandmother and my mother in a direct way. If you know what you want to impact, how you want to leave the world better tomorrow, for tomorrow, it is easier to have the energy to do anything. And the second thing is being able to be sure that you open spaces for things that are worth it. I mean, sometimes the world is telling us you need to make money. That's not a profitable business. And I will take some things from the past panel because it was very inspiring for me to feel that that's a thing. Sometimes you are saying no to some things because you think, no, that's not necessarily a good business. With our incubator, with Brooklyn to Bogota program, is free for the small business owners because we know that small business owners doesn't have the money for that. We may say no because it's not profitable, or make no because we need to make money or because we need to have more time. But the reality is that if we don't do it, uh, we are like leaving a space for problems for others. So if we can add value, let's try to find a way to do it. And that's the philosophy. Maybe I do more than I should, but I work with excellence as an obsession. So I try to do everything as well as I can.
Thank you so much for that. And I love how you really pick things up in terms of how to continue to channel and integrate, especially your upbringing and valuing strong women, spearheading things forward, and finding mentoring of women to find that delicate balance between financial prosperity and again, borrowing from the previous panel, our values. And how can we bring those together to make a holistic and better and profitable society and business that we can innovate and propel our humanity forward. So thank you so much for that. And when we come to find ourselves dealing and struggling with not only that, but with those fears of failing, and with all of that comes with those fears of failing and struggling to even know where to begin to maintain that balance to begin with. What experience have taught you the meaning of courage when faced with rejection? And how do you stay focused on your goals despite such setbacks?
Wow, that's a great question. Well, I will start by the end of the question. What keeps me with the eyes on the mission or the purpose? Basically, knowing what I want to do, knowing the type of world that I want to see, knowing how it is possible to build together when you create community. Because I saw it from my grandmother, for example. She was a teacher, a school teacher, and she was changing lives. I'm still meeting some people sometimes who are telling me, "I can't believe she was your grandmother. She changed my life. She opened the doors for me." So sometimes we are the ones telling ourselves that what we are doing is not enough. But if we can change one life, that's already a big mission. That's already a big change that we are making. So that's the way to keep the track, keep on track. And one of the moments, well, I had too many, but one of those that showed me that courage and resilience were important was when I started in technology. I entered in the technology world not because I have a technical background, but I arrived into this world because of being a great manager. And but I became in love with technology. I was like, okay, I arrived here because of the managing skills, but I really want to be a developer. I want to learn how to build technology. I want to be in the side that is building and making the things, so we can be sure that, for example, when we are building an application, we are not leaving people behind. At that first moment, I wasn't a technical founder when I started, of course. I already can say I'm a technical founder because I already had 10 years working on this. But when I started, I received a lot of let's say answers or comments in meetings, for example, with prospective investors, with prospective clients who were telling me, hey, but you are not an engineer, or hey, but you don't have technical background, or you are not trained for this. And the first time that I received that answer, and I remember very well who was the person who told me and where, because that moment triggered in me the like I was completely angry after that meeting. I was like super angry, and then I was thinking I can't be angry because he decided what I cannot be, but I really want to be that. So it's on my side, it's on my end to make it possible. And that's how I started. And that day I applied to a scholarship and started developing. I mean, it was a long road, but I was the one deciding it. So I think that role, playing that role, is important.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I resonate so much with what you said. I too had a grandmother who said, you know, keep pushing and having that rock, that foundation as well as other women in the family. So I resonate with that. And thank you so much for sharing that instance when, you know, you were told no. And it's like, well, I'll show you. And
Yeah,
more like,
that's
I
a
was,
no can be an opportunity to innovate and find other paths.
yes, absolutely, absolutely. And as someone who started off with not having a technical background myself, I said, I want to learn. I want to know. I want to know what's going on. As we can see, the future is going to be tech, whether we like it or not. And we have to continue forward and learn as much as I can. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. And it really does relate to our next question as what actions do you think we can all take to turn those obstacles as opportunities? And you said a little bit about that in our previous question when you said that you wanted to just literally take the bull by the horns and say, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to learn. I'm going to grow. I'm going to get as much into tech as I possibly can and learn. And so what are other values and what all that you've learned when additionally when taking that opportunity and saying, you say no, I say yes.
I think I will say like four things. One is leveraging the power of community and collaboration. You will never know everything, no matter how smart you are. So think on how to build a community where you are connected with smart people, with talented people, with people who is better than you in anything. They are kind. They are more kind than you. They are nicer than you. They are smarter than you. They are whatever. Because that's the best way. Being part of a network and community is an amazing thing. Understanding that change and uncertainty is a reality, and learning how to adapt is the second one that I will say. Of course, everything is changing very quick, and at that time I was like, I will need to adapt, so I will need to learn how to be able to open and change. Third, understanding that the process needs to be celebrated, not just the outcome, because sometimes we can get frustrated but not being yet at the end of the results, but the progress is already keeping us going and advancing. For sure, being aligned with your why, your purpose, your mission, why you are doing this, to change what, to improve what. And at the end, I will say, the fifth will be for me, like understanding that those no's that I said could be the door for a new path. could be a big opportunity for you to understand or learn from words that you don't know, and work on converting those no's in a resounding yes.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for that. I love what you said, the why. Find your why. Find your build your community. And thirdly, really have that time to explore and to learn. Thank you so much. As we are heading into our end of time, I will combine our last question, which is how can communities help women turn rejection into success, especially for those feeling that sense of worthlessness and that reoccurrence of what we as women come to have so familiarity of as imposter syndrome. And what advice would you give to someone feeling stuck and discouraged?
Hi, I love that. The answer is longer. It will take longer than we have the time. So I will say first thing is, sometimes we are very bad asking for support. There are free courses, there are free trainings, there are free support organizations, communities, and sometimes we are afraid of being included because we feel that maybe we don't have the knowledge, or that if we ask for the support, we are we are telling them I'm not enough. So break that. Uh, be sure that we will be learning new things for the rest of our lives, because the world is changing and we will be learning things from scratch every day, no matter the age we are. So breaking that perception of, that is bad to show that we don't know something, and embracing that moment of, hey, I don't know anything about that and I need to learn from you. And finding for mentors. As a mentor, and I'm a very committed mentor, mentorship should be always free. So there are a lot of organizations with, my time is allocated in many places where people can just schedule time with me for free. But sometimes those times are not allocated, are not scheduled by the people, by the women. And I always think the time is there. I will be happy to see you grow. Use those spaces. And I'm sure I'm not the only one doing those things. So take advantage of the spaces that exist. That will be and ask for support. The worst thing that could happen is that the other person could not give you the support at that moment, but you are there already. You don't have that support yet. So a no in that case is nothing wrong.
Oh, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are out of time. It's a great conversation with you. And I love that as the world is changing, we are learning to adapt. So thank you so much as we embrace those words of wisdom that you have shared with us moving forward. Thank you so much, Rosario, for joining us. And to everyone watching, please be sure to follow and connect with Rosario on her social media handles. And again, let us all continue the conversation moving forward. This concludes our fireside chat. And until next time, may our gather be well. Back to you, GatherVerse team.
Thank you.
Bye.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Thank you all so much for joining in today's roundtable discussion. I see that our panelists are still joining. Welcome, everyone. Hello, hello. I hope that my sound is good. Can someone give me a thumbs up if we're good here? Perfect. Perfect. Welcome. We're going to get right into it today because I can tell these conversations are getting good and we don't want to go over our time. So again, welcome. We are so delighted to welcome you leaders into this discussion today. We are very excited to hear your valuable and very anticipated contributions on her culture, the value of women in business. And this is a topic that is very dear to my heart. I've crafted my entire professional identity around this specific topic, which is highlighting the women of value in business. And every time I have an opportunity and a privilege to sit in these type of sessions, my first question is always, who here is going to connect and create the change that we all seek to see? So I'm excited about the connections that are going to be made today, excited about the conversation. And I think we'll begin with the introductions. So I'll go around the room, have everyone introduce themselves, just state your name, your location, your profession, and what goal do you hope to accomplish here at GatherVerse? So I'll begin. My name is Devana May. I am an attorney. I am a brand strategist, and I am the creator of It Girl GPT. But more than anything, I am a very proud woman in business. And I'm located here in Pennsylvania, United States. I've traveled a bunch and I've gotten connected to so many diverse cultures, perspectives, and the goal is always to form alliances with visionaries and creatives and strategists and thought leaders, women, forming these alliances so we can create pathways for other women to succeed financially and professionally in any industry they choose. So that's why I'm here today. That's what I hope to accomplish. And I am going to go around the room and have everyone introduce themselves again, your name, your location, your profession, and what you hope to accomplish here at GatherVerse. Daisy, we'll start with you. Daisy, I think you're on mute.
Okay, so my name is Daisy and I am in London. I'm based in London, but originally I'm from Kenya. I'm the founder of the Elegance Collective. Previously it was the Elegance Handbook, and it's a digital platform and an edtech platform that I started in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic because I wanted to share with other women the things that I'd learned since I graduated and I joined the workforce. That was about 4 years then. So the page sort of grew by itself and it helped me launch my writing career. And I'm going to speak about the experience of building an online brand and the experience of building a brand that many people can resonate with and the challenges that I faced and some of the triumphs that I faced, especially since I was creating it first when I was in Africa and there's a lot of barriers around building a business while you're based in Africa, but now I'm based in London. So thank you for having me here at the panel.
That's excellent. And that's crucial information that needs to be shared. So we look forward to those insights. Poppy, we'll have you introduce yourself next.
Hi, everybody. My name is Poppy Lydia Sidlo. I am a brand marketing and communications expert from Botswana. It is a country located in the southern part of Africa. I'm in corporate as well. I work as a brand management coordinator for the #1 telecommunications network in our country. And I'm also a startup owner. I own a startup called Pathway Media. So basically what I do is that I provide branding and marketing consultancy services for SMMEs across different countries. I've worked with entrepreneurs from Zimbabwe, Zambia, Nigeria, and Cameroon as well. So basically for me, what I hope to achieve here is to learn first of all, how diverse women in businesses are from different countries, because I know we're from different parts of the world. So it was very interesting to see if we have the shared challenges or shared ideas and etc. So I'm pretty excited to get valuable insights from each and every one of you here. And yeah, that is it from my end. I'm also as well, just like Daisy. I write for the Marketing Africa magazine. So it's basically a magazine where different marketers from different African countries contribute monthly to share different insights of how the marketing landscape is in their respective countries. So yeah, that's basically who I am and what I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Poppy. We're going to move to Ileana, if you would introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Ileana. I'm from Romania. First of all, I would want to thank you for bringing me here, to thank GatherVerse for doing all these meetups and all these summits that they do, and to thank to Christopher that he had this idea to bring us together all. And so I'm from Romania. I'm a founder of a small business, to say, in Romania, a Smart Synergy. It's a company that I started to provide services, actually consultancy services with virtual reality, in order to find a way to keep our human essence alive by using technology, so that maybe one day I will inspire other companies to do the same and not lose ourselves in all this technology era that it's much more accelerated than we imagined before. So yeah, and what I want to accomplish here is to learn different perspectives from global women that are activating also in other businesses. And I also want to gain some valuable insights and connect with you all, because I had a very strong experience in the autumn at the GatherVerse in the virtual world symposium when I meet a lot of women around the globe. We were a team in a round panel, but we had such a strong connection that gave me energy for more than 1 week. So I'm happy to be here with you all.
Absolutely. And there is so much room for connection and truly enduring and connections here. So thank you so much for joining us. Is Anne with us? Okay. Am I saying this correctly, Jemima? Oh, you're on mute. You can go ahead. Oh, we're going to move on to Lubna and then we'll come back. Lubna, would you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yes, hello everyone, and I'm Lubna Yusuf, and I'm based in Mumbai, India, and I'm a lawyer and an author, and also an educator, as well as a documentary filmmaker. What I'm doing right now. But mostly my business is in the legal profession. So I am the founder of La Legal. It's a media and tech law firm based in Mumbai, India, and I'm here to uh, just be inspired by all the working women in business across the globe. And also, I want to understand our place and position in the growing, changing world that we are all a part of. And I want to see where we are standing with, because with all the slogans of women empowerment, I mean, how much of it is really true and how far along have we come, and what are the challenges and what are the ways that we can help each other or understand our roles so that we can push along this line and make it a better time for the next generation to come. So I want to be a part of this, and I'm very excited to be here and meet everyone here. Thank you.
And I think that this is a great group to get a really good set of knowledge and data from when it comes to some of the things you just mentioned. So I'm excited to hear about those things. Lori, if you would go ahead and introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I am Lori McDowell. I am an author, speaker, and life coach. I live in Houston, Texas, although I am currently on a cruise ship in St. Martin. I'm actually on a marketer's business cruise with like 450 other business professionals, about half of them women. So it's an amazing experience. And I have a business called Reimagine You Strategies. And the goal of the business, as well as the reason I'm here, is because I think every woman has value, whether they're owning their own business or working in a corporate role. And they deserve more than success. They deserve joy and fulfillment and have a right to live their true purpose and to live their values. So I want to share that message with everyone else. And I want to connect with and meet other amazing women and learn from them and learn how together we can make that mission for every woman to live their purpose and have joy and fulfillment and value and make that mission a reality.
I think we're all here for those same reasons, and I'm so excited to have this space for us. So thank you, GatherVerse, again. Tess, if you would introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Tess McKinney, and I am the CEO of X Renegade. So we help schools and universities and healthcare implement virtual reality applications, headsets, do all the setups and everything. I am based in Nebraska, but I am currently in Orlando at the Future Education and Technology Conference. What I want to get out of GatherVerse SHE Summit, I want to help and inspire other women to have businesses like mine. Being in tech sometimes isn't always a woman business or, and I want to inspire that, but definitely learn from all of you. Everyone who has a woman-owned business should be able to, help strategize and compare, be in the same fields as men. So that's kind of what I hope to share.
Excellent.
So,
Mary, we're going to move on to you. If you would please introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, all. My name is Mary Fashanu. I'm based in Manchester, United Kingdom. I am a full-time entrepreneur, and I like to say serial entrepreneur. I am a strategic consultant, and I founded the Maverick Group. I also have other businesses that I founded, like the Made for More International Community Interest Company, which is made for women actually to thrive in leadership, business, and career. So that's who I am. And what I'm looking forward to is genuine connection with other women to create the environment, the community, and the change that I would like to see. So thanks for having me tonight.
Thank you, Mary. And Jemima, are we back? And am I pronouncing that right? Oh, you're on mute again. That's okay. We are going to get her introduction at some point, but let's jump into the conversation. So, as we all know, being a woman in business is a multi-layered journey. We face challenges that are common regardless of our ethnicity, of our culture, of our background, of our industries. We are all facing similar adversities. And what's most important and profound to me is that women leaders always find a way to innovate and empower and grow despite the pressures against us, despite the walls and the boundaries. So today, this conversation for me is sort of a wellness check and a chance to share what type of progress we've made in our industries and to share our concerns and also get aligned with one another and get allied up with each other so we can continue to create the change that we want to see in our respective industries. So the first question that we'll get into is I think I'm going to hand this one to Mary. And that is going to be, what unique strengths do you feel women bring into the world of business that are often overlooked?
All right. Thank you very much. I think for me and from my experience with other leaders in the world of business is resilience and problem solving. As women, we bring a ton of that into that world. And because apart from being in business or in our corporate world, in our homes, in our communities, in running the family, there's so many things, there's so many hats we wear, and we're able to juggle. And we face a lot of issues coming from community, especially when it comes to society expectation. I'm from Nigeria originally, but I've been here for 20 odd years. So I understand what it means to be facing things like societal limitation, expectation, what they want a woman to be, and us facing that and pushing back and saying, you know what, we're saying no to those things, those limitations. We're going to be who we want to become, gives us that resilient spirit. And I believe women bring that to any kind of business, whether corporate or you're doing your own thing. Women bring that resilient spirit and that problem solving as well. And also another thing that I want to chime in is collaborative leadership as well, in the sense that women were known to we like working with people, we like community, we like building community, we like working with others. So when we come into space of leadership, we create that sense of belonging, that sense of let's work together, that team spirit, that just collaborative quality. So there's nobody that's looking like we're working in silo. We're working together for a goal, a common goal to push our company forward to achieve the goal of bringing the business to where it needs to be. So for me, your unique quality from women, that resilient spirit, the problem solving also skills, and also collaborative leadership and the sense of we belong together, we're all together, that community sense as well. That's what I would say that some of the unique qualities that we bring into the world of business.
That's extremely valuable. I'm hearing you say resilience, grit, problem solving, team building, just leadership, overcoming obstacles, and really thinking outside of the box. And I'm going to bring this question to you. What benefits do businesses experience when they have women who have these particular set of skills? inside of leadership roles. So how are women with these skills benefiting businesses, and how can they broaden their perspective and their respect and really start to see women as leaders within these different roles? What are your thoughts on that? How would businesses benefit from women with these types of skills and experiences? And that question was for you. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm not sure how that happened. We're going to hand that one over to Lori. Thank you.
Yeah, so the question, is it the question that was up on the board? Because you were talking to Anne and I wasn't sure I got that. So
the question is, and I'm having a little bit of fun with these slides here, but the question is, what benefits do businesses experience by having women with these particular skill sets and in these leadership roles?
I think businesses really experience, one, they experience a new approach. I mean, women see things in different ways, and we have been creating things differently, and we see much more collaborative. So the business actually gets a whole new perspective when women are in leadership roles. Businesses also experience the benefits in that women want to work for them because they see role models in leadership roles, and they see somewhere that they can aspire to. And if you're looking for amazing women in your business and all the people ahead of them are men, those women are going to think twice about joining that company because they're not seeing their role models. And the other thing I think is just women are just so supportive of each other that when women are in leadership roles, they really want to help everybody succeed. So it's a much more supportive and collaborative as opposed to a competitive experience. And I think this can be valuable for every company and for all the women and the men who work in those companies.
Absolutely. And speaking of, I want to take this next question to Poppy. I'm just going to get the correct slide up here. I want to talk a little bit about challenges that women are experiencing within business and in corporate. Poppy, what can you give us as far as your experience? What type of challenges are women experiencing when they're trying to climb corporate leadership ladders, or when they're trying to succeed in business?
Thank you so much for that question. Having been a young person in corporate, I joined corporate when I was 22. And it's in our African culture, for example, respect, or in our language, it's called boto, is such an intricate part of our day to day. Therefore, there's a lot of blurred lines when it comes to the working relationship and having to respect your elders. And so sometimes you can have that stereotypic feeling where people take advantage because you are younger. But in terms of your intellectual skills and expertise, you're actually on the same level. It's you're in the same company or in the same team, or etc. So being young in corporate, I've experienced a lot of workplace bullying, a lot of challenges when it comes to maybe sharing my insights and being called inexperienced because I'm young, or I may not have enough life experiences as much as my team members. So those are one of the challenges that I faced in my career. However, through interactions with other African women in leadership and other African women and entrepreneurs as well, from different countries, the challenges are almost very similar. There's a bias of being a woman. There's a fact that maybe, let's say, for example, another client of mine from Cameroon actually mentioned that, she leads a pack of men, and therefore that sometimes she experienced a lot of pushback in terms of her authority to lead, or her authority to delegate, or her authority in giving them role and tasks in order for them to achieve their intended goals. So these are some of the challenges that we meet as women, and I feel like there's a lot of also in terms of how people interact with us, or other men in particular, because we're maybe too emotional, or we don't know what we're doing, or etc. Because we exert a lot of emotional intelligence when making decisions. So these are just some of the challenges that I've met, and I've had a couple of experiences, as well as other clients of mine or other women that I know in leadership as well. And so yeah, these are some of the challenges that I've experienced and know of.
Thank you for that. And now that we're talking challenges, we're talking, okay, what type of support, how can these companies best support the unique contributions that women are making. And I mean that in the sense of, what do we need as far as technical support? What are we up against when it comes to funding support? I want to bounce that question over to Daisy. Considering your experience, how can companies better recognize and support the unique contributions women make to business? And are there some specific spaces, like I mentioned, technical, that we can improve, corporations, companies can improve to help make it more accessible for women?
So there's two ways to answer that question. First is for the female entrepreneurs. What are the ways that we can be sort of supported within the space? I don't know if you know this, but venture capital, I think less than 5% of venture capital actually goes to women, and even much lesser than that goes to women of color. So how can we support women? I think by first recognizing that women lead differently. So while men are always thinking that they want a bigger and bigger company that has more and more revenue, sometimes women are thinking more about impact. And women are thinking about, how can we have better communities? How can we have better employee benefits, for example? Or how can we have better ways that women can be supported in the workplace? So first of all, we have to think that women lead differently, and the needs that they have when it comes to also building a business is very different. So I think looking at spaces that support social enterprises, for example, because that starts from the heart, and then it's more about the impact that people have in the society. Creating spaces where women can build social enterprises, or where women can be supported to have business models that support their ideas, will be a great first step to also making it possible to increase the funding that women receive. Because if you're looking at a high-tech business model versus looking at a social enterprise business model, those are two very different things. And it's important to understand that the outcomes of those two are going to be different. So for example, instead of just looking at the revenue, you can also look at the social metrics, and you can look at the impact that is coming from those businesses. The second way of looking at this question will be thinking about women actually being in the workplace. Like, how can they be supported being there? I think the women are overlooked in many ways. So for example, I have this brand where I talk about feminine energy, and I talk about how women are built differently from men. So for example, men have a 24-hour testosterone cycle versus women have a monthly cycle, right? And men are able to go day after day, week after week, month after month, without feeling the need to stop, versus women, every week for us is very different. So is it possible to create work structures that support this? So for example, when COVID happened, a lot of women actually benefited a lot from this, in the sense that we were able to slow down, we were able to gather ourselves, we were able to get to a place where we actually worked with our own rhythms. And I think workspaces or workplaces are supporting the possibility of having, like, let's say, flexible work hours, or having the possibility to work remotely if there is a need to work remotely. Those kinds of things are ways of supporting women that go a long way. Then therefore, instead of feeling like you're completely drained the whole time that you work, you are actually bringing up your best self to the workplace, because it supports even who you are as an individual, as biologically speaking. And then also, it's important to think about intersectionality. So different women face different challenges. There is always the I can say the temptation to think that all women have one single type of problem. So just because they're women, then therefore you're going to create training programs, or you're going to create, let's say, development programs that just look at gender. But it's not just gender. Some women have disability. Some women have issues, let's say, with families. Some women are the only person that people are depending on in their family. So the levels of intersectionality are different. And it's important to have training that looks at women and says, okay, what are some of the challenges that you'd be facing even outside of work that will affect how you progress at work? Because how we show up at work is not independent of everything else that happens to us outside of work, but it's very much affected by that as well. So just to summarize what I've said, creating business models that actually support the type of enterprises that women have, and then also looking at how women are different from men, and is the workplace suited for us as it is right now? And then also, like I've said, lastly, is to look at the intersectionality, look at what are women actually going through, and creating leadership programs, or creating programs that enable them to tackle whatever challenges they have as they go forward. Thank you.
That is extremely thoughtful. And that really does require more building upon. So I want to take this one to Lubna, and I want to ask you to expound upon Daisy's point where women, we do lead differently. Women have different unique needs, and to bring that into context when we're working within an organization, I want to ask you the question: what changes need to take place within the businesses to fully unlock the value and the power of women's leadership? So what are some changes, according to your experience, that you feel, just to build upon what Daisy just said, changes that need to take place within these organizations?
Thank you. An excellent question. A very important part of a woman's role in a company begins with trust. We have very preconceived psychological biases towards women, and sometimes, your role, no matter how well you are at you doing it, people in businesses or in companies, they think that the women's role is only secondary. She will only give priority to her home first or her family first. And whatever business, no matter how good you are at it, well, even if you give your 200%, sometimes we have to prove more, to just get that recognition or that trust or transparency and recognition at a very, fair level, if we put it. So the first thing is to trust a woman irrespective of her gender, to look at her human uh, attempt first, and rather than look at the work from a man, trans, or female, whatever gender perspective. First of all, we need to get over that bias, I feel. Secondly, if we actually look at the global statistics, how many women are there in the CEO position? Only 6%. How many women are there in the board of directors? 8.6% globally are only women. So if we look at it, I mean, it's not that the women are not working or they are lacking in some skills or education or whatever. It's just firstly because of the social construct, we have to doubly work to prove ourselves. Also, we have to manage our home as well as the workforce, which is getting better, but we are still a long way to go. And as well as, when we reach that leadership position of being a director or a very senior most position in a company, why is it that still the face of women are still in a very marginalized section? We are still in some percentage. So if that changes, or if that is included, if women are made a part of that board of directors or the CEO level, or like somebody had pointed out, in the VCs, how less of women are there in the VC positions. So I think that also is a very important blindfold which we have, that we think that we have, that maybe women take our jobs secondary to our family, because if anything happens, she'll easily leave the job or for the child or whatever. Rather than we can make it more inclusive and give her that support in the workplace, irrespective of whichever sector or industry that you are in. It's not just like you are going to be a school teacher, so you get a lot of help, or if you are doing some not so serious of a job, then why is this kind of disparity in different sectors? So first of all, we need to recognize that, and we need to make it very normal for women to be a part of every level of a company's functioning, and especially decision making and in leadership roles, not just as a decorative or a presidential roles, to just put our faces, and just to use our so to call a nice CV to just present it in the company, that, oh, we are inclusive, but in reality in the boardroom we are just shunned from the main decision making. So that is a very important factor, which I feel, the trust factor, transparency, and inclusiveness at all levels.
Trust, transparency, and just really getting over it, right? Like,
yeah,
we're here, we're valuable, we're creating impact, we're creating change, we are creating culture, we are creating opportunity. So it's really, I like what you said about having a human first perspective and not operating from this default sense of bias or prejudice, but seeing people for who they are, what they can do. I like that a lot. And I kind of want to take this question to Jemima. Are you back with us? I think I'll give it over to, let's go to Tess then. Let's go to Tess. Tess, I want your insights on really how women leaders can come together from diverse industries and diverse cultures and really learn from each other's perspectives, experiences, and approaches. What are your thoughts on the collaborative effect of women coming together? Because essentially it seems like we have to continue to keep this safe space available for us so we can collaborate, so we can create, so we can make change. So what are your thoughts on the significance of the collaboration between cultures and industries?
Yeah, I think it's great that we have these kind of panels, and that we have these kind of places that we can get together. I have like a weekly meetup with a bunch of women who are in small business CEOs. We have coffee over online together and kind of share, what issues we're having. I really think education of our potential counterparts who may or may not know that they're leading to like discrimination or having issues. I have a fantastic application that I use with a VR headset called Body Swaps, and it actually goes into that kind of detail, and it actually helps people understand what maybe they're doing that they don't see, and then kind of flips that script back on them. And there's definitely some eye-opening conversations that have been had after that initial training simulation. And so, I think people sometimes don't understand that they're being discriminatory, or that they're, that they even have a bias. Some don't understand what that is. They've never been given the tools and the opportunities to be unbiased or be able to fix that. And so, I think having, we have a significant group called XR Women that we meet with monthly, and being able to talk with people and kind of share what has worked and what hasn't in those communities is very helpful. But I have tons of male counterparts that are fantastic, and they definitely understand the struggles that women have gone through in business. They're always pretty helpful in helping me like negotiate things. I think one thing that could be done better is it's not very many women run venture capitalist firms, and so I think that's a very lacking area that I think I keep seeing it kind of happening, but a lot of like bigger corporations are not giving women the opportunity to be venture capitalists. And so then us small business, it's very difficult to sometimes get into those venture capital firms because it's all men, and they seem to pick men over women, as I'm sure all of you are aware. And they don't see the bias. They don't see that. They think tech, they think men. And so definitely in my world, I've definitely had to work very hard to get to where I am. I don't always see the bias as far as men and women, but definitely in the tech industry, it's definitely a huge issue still. I think it's just that women, they don't think that they can go into tech, and so that becomes a problem. So we're trying to like reach out to the younger generation and help them understand that you can be a woman in tech and you can run a business. So just making sure that you're moderating and definitely telling those younger women, hey, this can be done. It may be a little difficult. I think hopefully it's getting easier, but the support of everyone in this group is fantastic. I had all of you reach out. It's been fantastic. So I really think that just supporting each other is a huge benefit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. And I think that you're opening up the door for the next question that I want to ask, that truly is a baseline for entrepreneurs and anyone who's seeking to find a level of success in their life, and that's mindset. And I want to open this question up to everyone on the panel. I want to know what your ideas about overcoming limiting beliefs are, I think someone's mic is on. But I want to kind of get your general input on how can we continue to inspire women of all ages, industries, countries, education backgrounds. How can we inspire women to continue to believe in themselves, to continue to seek leadership roles, and not be bombarded by all of these limiting beliefs, the many that exist? And I'd like anyone, whoever's ready to kind of answer that question, just jump in there for me.
I'm happy to start. I I really think women need to realize that they're in charge of their own career and need to just stop waiting for companies to give them happiness, to give them success, and to take it. We need to believe in ourselves, and we need to know that there is success, that there is the possibilities out there. And when you see things like that, you do stop limiting yourself. So you take those big risks. You're willing to go for those jobs, even if you weren't asked about that. You're willing to make it known. You're willing to start your own business. So when you take charge of your own career, you know, so many women, we follow the rules. We've done everything right. We've done what we were supposed to. And it only gets us so far. We need to then make our own rules and make our own joy and make our own success, and maybe break some of those old rules and just do what we know is possible. Because I think when you do that, you really can change your own life. And you need to believe it's out there, because it's out there if you really want it hard enough. And somehow or other, you can find the success you want.
And I agree with that. And I want to invite other perspectives. I just want to say, for me, it has been about community, because again, I come from one of those places where there was not a lot of support for a visionary. They couldn't see it right in front of them. They couldn't understand what the goal was right away. So it was very hard to maintain a dream, nurture a business, especially when you're the first generation to do so. So surrounding myself with women, using the technology that extended my reach across countries and borders, really, that building that community was the game changer for me. So I'm going to pass that question along to the rest of the panel. What are some ways that we can overcome these limiting beliefs, and as we are taking on leadership roles?
I'll take this question.
May I pitch in here? Oh, sorry. I think we went on at the same time.
Okay, I would like to take. Can you hear me now? Yes. As Laurie said, right, I could able to see that there is still more stereotype. They have an unconscious bias when they give to a leadership to a woman. So inspiring women begins with showcasing a relatable role models and success stories. The organization has to provide a confidence building initiatives. So the leadership workshops and the opportunities for women to lead the projects in a very supportive environment. What I felt, the we have to prove a lot, because they unconsciously have a bias. A woman can't do something, so we are pushing a lot to eliminate such limiting belief and make them prove that we are fostering in a growth mindset through a mentorship or reinforcing that leadership capability that was developed. And anytime when men come to say there is a no, I always say yes. Even before thinking, I'll say yes, but later I'll figure it out a way. So always we need to put 200%, where a man can only put 100%. So that way, I start inspiring, and I inspired many people to do the same in their leadership role. So that only could bring a very realistic example to the women to be in a leadership role.
That is fantastic. And we do have just about 3 minutes left, and I did want to get, I want to jump in and get Ileana in here really quickly. Ileana, do you have any offerings on this particular question? And I do have another question about ethical business practices, but if you have any offerings on this question, I'm more than happy to hear it.
I would prefer to answer to the other one, because I'm much more oriented on the ethical. I can also add to this, but I don't think we have enough time. So I would prefer the other question.
So let's get into this then. What role do women play in driving ethical business practices and long-term success? How can we jump into these organizations? How do we change the culture? How do we ensure that it's fair, that equity is there? Once we do achieve the spot that the coveted spots? How do we make way for other women to break through those pathways? So just to simplify it again, we're talking ethics, we're talking business practices, we're talking long-term success. How can women, and what is our role in ensuring ethics and long-term success exists within these corporations?
First of all, from my perspective, corporations and any organization is the next level of education for each of us. After we finish our studies, we jump into a job, and there we stay more than 8 hours per day sometimes. And there is the place where we learn from experience. And I think each corporation is responsible for the education of their employees, because their employees that stay more than 8 hours in their company go home and they spread around the values that they take from that organization. And these values spread it around actually influence the society. And we as humans, I think we have the capacity to realize all of this, to see what's happening, to have a global overview about each situation, because we by default we have that instinct of safety and security. And because of this, we always think on a long run. We always think about the risks. We always think about how to do an action in an organization, or not necessarily there, how to do an action so that we can have a sustainable result. And because we have this, we are always thinking also about ethical and moral values more often than men do. And also we are much more how to say, we are much more convinced that doing things ethically with responsibility, we can have a sustainable result. And this is something that I realized from my organizational experience, and also from the psychological area where I'm working in, that usually men are most oriented into profit, into gains, into achievements, but they do not measure the risks. They do not measure the impact on a long term. And we already discussed in this roundtable about the impact that we as women, we can bring in each organization, in each group. And also our discussion here, it actually creates an impact. We can now take the insights from this discussion, and then somehow they will influence our actions in the future. So our thinking, it's usually, our mindset is usually much more inclined into the ethical area, and we are much more responsible because we want to preserve our species.
That is really interesting point of view. And these are conversations that I'm hoping we can continue to have with each other offline, and perhaps in smaller groups, in respect and interest of time. I do believe that our session is coming to a close. So in closing, I just want to thank each of the panelists for your very valuable insights. And what I'm seeing is that we are still defining our terms and our needs, and we are still measuring our growth. We are still defining what systems and strategies and what key players and partners and allies are going to help to be responsible for the overall impact and change that we all want to experience. So continue allying with each other, working together. Let's connect on LinkedIn and on all the platforms. And I do hope that this gather was well for you, because it was well for me. Thank you. Have an amazing day, and we will connect soon.
Okay, goodbye.
Hello everyone. Thank you for taking the time to join me today. My name is Madiha Shakil Mirza. I'm an artificial intelligence engineer at Avanade, and today I am very excited to talk about generative AI, which is a fascinating technology transforming everything across the world. Gen AI is the fastest growing consumer facing technology in history. Its influence is undeniable and it has revolutionized all sectors, including education. From enabling personalized learning experiences to generating creative content, the potential of Gen AI in education is huge. But with great power comes great responsibility. As this technology continues to evolve and shape the future of education, it's critical to ensure that its adoption promotes equity and innovation. Achieving this requires educators and students to be equipped with the knowledge to integrate Gen AI effectively and ethically into their classrooms. Today, I'll take you on a journey to explore how Gen AI is reshaping education, the challenges that come with its integration, and the practical steps we can take to empower educators and students to harness its full potential. Generative AI's impact on education is broad and touches on various aspects of the educational experience. The adoption and usage of Gen AI in education should follow these strategies. The first strategy is that students must remain at the center of education. This strategy ensures that Gen AI should support, not replace, the student-teacher interaction and connection. Schools should create a culture of innovation that encourages students and teachers to work together to experiment with new AI technologies. The second strategy is that Gen AI must enhance the educational experience. Traditional education often follows a one-size-fits-all approach, which means some students get left behind. But Gen AI is enabling educators to tailor learning materials to fit each student's unique needs. Gen AI is not only enriching the learning experience for the students, it is also boosting productivity for teachers. Another strategy is that Gen AI must be used ethically. Gen AI must be implemented with careful oversight, and schools should educate students on responsible AI practices. The fourth one is that Gen AI tools must promote inclusive and equitable learning. The appropriate use of Gen AI should begin with human inquiry and end with human engagement. Schools must ensure that everyone has equitable access to Gen AI tools. And the fifth strategy is that educators and students must develop Gen AI literacy. Gen AI literacy includes the knowledge and skills that enable people to understand, evaluate, and use AI systems in the digital world. Schools must ensure that Gen AI literacy for educators and students must be incorporated at every educational level. Educators are at the forefront of Gen AI's cutting-edge technology revolution. Their role is not only to leverage Gen AI for enhancing education, but also to teach students how to use these tools effectively. These are some recommendations which educators can use to make sure that all students are supported when using Gen AI in classrooms. The first is to promote equity, diversity, and inclusion. Gen AI should not perpetuate or exacerbate disparities among students. Gen AI tools must be used in ways that expose students to diverse ideas and perspectives and avoid the reinforcement of biases. Upholding academic integrity is extremely important. There are significant concerns regarding academic dishonesty when using Gen AI tools. Teachers should encourage students to use Gen AI ethically and ensure appropriate attribution. It is extremely crucial to safeguard learner autonomy. As Gen AI becomes increasingly sophisticated, a key danger is its potential to undermine human agency. Teachers should guide students to use Gen AI responsibly, ensuring that it complements their learning process rather than replacing it. And lastly, educational institutions should carefully monitor Gen AI tools for their ethical risks, pedagogical appropriateness, and impact on students. If Gen AI is found to be generating inappropriate content, institutions should take swift action to mitigate the issue. By following these recommendations, we can create a more equitable educational landscape where all students, regardless of their background and circumstances, can learn, grow, and thrive. As we move forward, let's work together to shape a future where technology complements, not compromises, the core values of education. Thank you so much for joining me today at GatherVerse SHE Summit 2025.
want to share with every single ladies how you can get started investing with the power of AI. Now, I know when it comes to investing, maybe many of you might think that it's too complicated, and that's why maybe you want to leave this job to men. However, is it true that men are better at managing money? Well, research by Fidelity interviewing over 8 million clients, they realized that actually women consistently outperform men in generating returns for their investment. So what does that mean is if you are a lady today, you should totally get started investing because you can be good at it. So that's how I get started. Before I became well recognized in the field of investing, and before I was being able to invited to speak alongside with giants like Robert Kiyosaki, like Mary Buffett, William Green, me, Chloe, was nobody, right? In fact, when I first started, I was just a journalist making about $36,000 a year. But the truth is, exactly because my income as a journalist wasn't enough, I wanted to explore other sources of income, and that's how I started my investing journey. And fast forward, it has been over almost 10 years, and these 10 years, I have compounded using the power of investing, and of course, recently with AI as well, to over $1 million portfolio. And that's why I just want to say that anybody can get started, and you as a lady can be good at investing as well. And if you're thinking, what exactly is investing? Is it just about buying and selling stocks in the stock market? Then the answer is absolutely no. When it comes to investing, it's actually a little bit like shopping. What kind of things are we shopping? We are not shopping for individual items or bags anymore, but we are shopping for businesses that actually generate actual cash flow into your pocket every single year. And if you're unsure what kind of businesses to get started buying, well, you can get started buying the entire basket, which is the S&P 500, comprising over 500 companies listed in the US, which has your Apple, your Microsoft, your Nvidia, whatever companies that you can think of right now or you are familiar with, actually they are already inside the S&P 500. And do you know that for the past 50 years, the annualized return of S&P 500 is actually 10%. If you're just looking at 1 year alone, it doesn't sound impressive. But if you compound it with the magic of time, these 10% can really do a lot of magic for you. Now, let me just quickly go into the financial freedom calculator that I built using AI, and feel free to explore it so that you can start building your portfolio as well. So over here, once you go into my website, arigatoinvestor.com, just go to free tools, you'll be able to find this thing called Arigato Financial Freedom Calculator. And now, I just want you to see how much can you need to get started. You don't need a lot, just about $10,000, for example, right? And every single month, maybe you just contribute additional, maybe just $500. And right now, I'm going to lengthen the time from 15 years to 30 years. Let's just see after 30 years, what will happen to your 10% compounded return. And this is just using S&P 500. And if you click the calculate button, you will see the magic unfold. Because after 30 years, your 10% return actually now earns you over $1 million in portfolio. And obviously, if you know how to increase your return further, for example, I know how to use option strategy. That's how you can double your return further to having an even greater portfolio to over close to 9 million. However, even though you don't know anything, you just get started with S&P 500, you can also have $1 million portfolio at the end of the day. And that is the magic of time using just 10%. That is why I highly encourage anyone to get started. And if you're wondering exactly how you can dive into individual stocks, like for example, Microsoft, you can also use tools like finchat.io, which is another AI tool for you to understand this business further in a much faster way. Just to see it for yourself, how you can get started investing with very little money with this magic AI tool and compound into your $1 million portfolio. I can't wait to see you to get started in 2025 and eventually having your own $1 million portfolio. And most importantly, living life on your own terms.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Are we all here or some of are still missing? I think there's just like I counted 10. So are we like live?
I think so.
We are.
Yeah.
Well, very cool. You know, I leave it to Chris for making these most amazing and GatherVerse. Thank you, GatherVerse, and Chris for creating such an improv opportunity for me to meet so many unbelievable women. So I can't wait to have you all introduce yourselves. And since we're all just super meeting each other and we're going to create magic on the spot, I will just throw the hat up in the air and I'll let it fall on Jennifer. And then Jennifer, you'll throw it on the next person as you choose. And then at the end, we'll see where we go. We have, at this point, it looks like at least 9 of us. And oh my God, 1 hour, I think, or less. Can you imagine? So, Jennifer, please.
Thank you, Ganesh. I can't really see the screen very well, so I can't read the names of the others who are in here. I apologize for that. So um, hopefully I'll be able to let you know who I'm going to pass this to. I'm Jennifer Quinto. I'm an artist and writer who resides in Alaska. I'm Alaska Native, and I have been doing a lot of trauma healing and equity work for the last decade, and uh, doing a lot of advocacy out in our communities. So thank you for your time, and thank you to all of those who gathered here with us today. And I am going to pass it to the person who looks like they're to the right of me on my screen. I think your name starts with the H or an M.
Is it me? I am, well, I see myself to your left, but if you, I don't know. Or me, oh no, you mean Miriana. Miriana.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mirjana. I'm coming from Belgrade, Serbia, from Jazz Communication Consultancy, where I'm multimedia designer. But I have an IT background, so I've been consulted as I've been like an inner consultant in my agency for using different AI solutions. We use them a lot. And my vision is to bring innovation into art and design. Therefore, I like to blend technology with creativity.
Helen.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Helen Lundström Irwin, and I'm a novelist, a historical novelist. And I have a VR space that's a historical space that's set in Sweden, in the city of Lund in 1918. And it's inspired by one of my novels. And this novel has a women's community. And I am inspired by my character who had this women's community where she fought for suffrage, and other women in her near community fought for reproductive rights, and that was early 20th century. And so I am, like I said, I'm inspired by her work. So I gather women in my space, and it's called the Four Mothers Cafe because it's not a cafe for my character. It's a cafe for us women who live today, in our modern women, so we can gather, which is good to say at GatherVerse. Let me pass it on to Bernice.
Thank you. Let me unmute here. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. I am Bernice. I'm the founder of Loman Creative Services, where we are a one-stop shop for branding, marketing, and technology. We service small businesses, ministries, and nonprofit organizations. I'm also an author of a children's book called I Create. It's to help motivate young children and teaching them innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. I also have a virtual reality space for my book to walk children through that space through the immersive environment, teach them innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. And we also have a VR space for our office, Loma Creative Services. So I'm excited to be here and dive in more. Thank you. Let's pass it to Paige.
Hello, thank you, Bernice and Lubna, Helen, and Jennifer, and all of the people here on this panel. It's an honor to be together. My name is Paige Dansinger. I am the founding director of Better World Museum, Horizon Art Museum, and Women in Horizon. I am also on the leadership committee of XR Women and an award-winning community builder. It's a delight to be here together at another SHE Summit, and my thanks and love goes out to Christopher Lafayette and all the people behind the scenes who makes this such an important event each year. Oh, Precious, please share about you.
Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be here this evening. Yeah, so my name is Precious, and I'm a multidisciplinary creative. So my work lies in using technology, arts, culture, tourism. So currently, I'm exploring sound arts and work around extended reality. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Okay, so I'll pass over to Iris.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's my second time being GatherVerse, so thank you, Chris, for having us. It's a great event. So currently I'm working at Amazon, kind of leading the AR shopping features. At Amazon, we use augmented reality and AI to help people basically spice up their shopping journey, make shopping more fun and personalized and more engaging. And before that, I was at MasterCard. We also experiment with new technologies like AR, VR, voice interaction to help people shop in a more intuitive and interesting way. And before that, I've always worked in design corporations and in the creative industry. I create installations for brands to tell their stories and interact with consumers. So I'm always passionate about bringing new technologies into either the consumer world or the cultural world. Apart from my job, I also work as an artist to create technological experiences that kind of combines art, technology, and design. So yeah, very excited to be here today. I will pass it to Patty.
Thank you. So it's great meeting you guys, ladies here. Thanks for inviting me, She Summit. So I'm Patty Penn. I'm the founder of Rev Arts. We are a platform to support artists to advance their careers through technology, exhibitions, opportunities, and also education. So we have around over 2,500 artists globally on our platform now. And we have also very lucky to have 10 locations in North America to host different exhibitions, galleries, etc., to continue to support our initiatives. Very interesting to share about us is we never, in our mission statement, we never mention we exclusive support female or minority artists, but I think because our team and also our funding team are female and also minorities, so over 65% our users are actually female and minorities artists. So which is very interesting. Very excited to our discussion today.
Wow, amazing. So I'm Lubna Dajani. My background is in systems analysis and design. So I think from the get-go, it was a good application of me being attention deficit, as it takes multiple interests, or maybe another label for it being polymathic. We're here from so many different backgrounds, and yet we're all creatives, and we're all here at the beginning of this year, and we've been all selected here by the master planner, Chris. So as we gather here, I wonder what we could do in the next 20 minutes or half hour that we have left that we could achieve by this year so that we can reflect on by next gatherers of this time? What would you want to do? I know what I would want to ask for, but I don't want to be a hog because I'm moderator. So I'm going to throw it into the field, and then maybe we'll see at the end if we'll end up in the same place. But it's for me about innovation through collaboration and competing to complete each other's work. So who wants to pick it up from there?
Yeah, collaboration. I would definitely like I was reading the private chat from Paige. You know, this is such an amazing group for this panel, and I've got the wonderful opportunity to support Paige and some great things, and vice versa. She has supported me in Horizon Worlds, Meta Horizon Worlds, virtual reality. And so what this looks like for me is collaboration, like going beyond just this gather virtually now, but you know, connecting. And I've seen that thus far, even prior to us joining here. I saw some connects on LinkedIn. I got the DMs like, let's connect. And so I think it's going to take action beyond here. This is this is this is beyond the gather. You know, collaborating even more. Like I heard, I think it was Iris who mentioned she works with, you know, Amazon. You know, what's okay. How can we collaborate? How can we take it from what you've stated, and how can we collaborate even more with what we're doing? Some projects that we all are working on. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of like piggyback on that, you know,
I'm
and just
laughing.
say definitely collaboration. You know, I have some
I'm
great
laughing
things
because
that I'm doing that I would love, you know, great support and vice versa. That's, you
we
know,
didn't plan
that's
this
what I
ahead
see.
of time. We didn't plan
Yeah.
this ahead of time, but it totally jives with the whole idea
Yeah.
of coming
Yeah.
together to bring each other's capacities to a shared outcome, to
Yes.
purpose,
Yes.
uh,
Absolutely.
and then filling each other's gaps. So uh, I'm from for I for me, I'm hosting a festival for and a summit around autism and neurodivergence. Uh, and autism is used obviously as a blanket, but um,
Yes.
the reactions to it and how we all deal with it globally are varies. But it touches everyone. So that's my call, and I think it's something that uh, we can co-create experiences that demonstrate our capacities and
Yes.
that serves that purpose. Um,
And we all have touched a community of people in
yes,
ways that we are designed to touch them. You know, you have a community, I have a community, and all of us ladies here have, you know, have a community. And like what you're working on and what we all are working on, we can share that out and support each other through our communities. And so that, you know, that's something I definitely would love to support.
yeah, it overlaps somehow.
Yes. Absolutely.
Who else is in?
I wanted to thank Bernice for her generous shout out, as well as say, you know, what Bernice is saying is this heart of the community, right?
Yes.
Lubna, you have a community around autism. We each have communities, whether it's around investment, women empowerment, community building in different ways. And it's as if we are components or characters within a garden, right?
Yes.
We're bringing these different sources of nourishment together, and we're able to really, with a little bit of a little care, a little sunshine, water, we're able to really grow. And this is what really a microcosm of any community, whether it's your block in your neighborhood or like a large event you may have just hosted with invested members who are seeking a sense of belonging. And maybe that sense of belonging is at the same time dissolving isolation and feelings of powerlessness, right? That's something that a garden can provide. But as each person has shared, Helen's historical perspective or different artist perspectives here, or uh, Iris, in selling things as a engaged experience, right? Then each one is so critical. For one, we could never have real social justice or equity or even belonging without that financial component where we all rise together. And in sharing our stories, it's so critical. And so it's an honor. We could really, we could create 3D flowers, trees, or any kind of asset, and really sell those to create like an awareness around and whether it's an environmental impact, as we're impacted by fires in the West Coast, or family members or community member needs. So every moment is an opportunity for collaboration and growing and rising together.
And I have my hypothesis is that many of the causes, at the end of the day, trickle back, feed back down to a set of common root causes, whether it's nutrition, it's health, it's safety and love and et cetera, the basics. So and then it manifests itself in different ways, and it all depends on the rest of the variables. And so I think by coming together, I genuinely think, regardless of the cause, where we bring our gifts from whatever they may be and apply them together where we fit the Helen.
Yeah, I just feel inspired by your conversations about collaboration and neighborhoods, and if it's on your block or in the metaverse. And I just want to share that as of January now 25, the Four Mothers Cafe have started to collaborate with Africa VR Center and Campus, and it's a very sweet reason that we started doing that. It's because I have what we call fika on Thursdays. And it's a Swedish word which means coffee break with your friends and something sweet to eat. What I didn't know that the word fika in Swahili means arrive. And the people that have the event right next to mine, that's listed right on the Engage board on their schedule, is Africa VR Center and Campus. So they first thought it was an African event. And we got to know each other because we call each other neighbors. And this year we just started to collaborate. So we have, we combine both of our events, and we each go to each other's events, and we kind of communicate between us and have more of a collaboration. So it's like you said, we can do it together. And I love that it's international. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so
yes, please unmute.
Yeah. So I do want to step in because we have sayings like Rabat actually is built on partnership. So now we have 10 alternative spaces and also gallery spaces in North America. And so many folks ask us, how did you guys do that in 4 years to grow gallery business network? And for us, the answer is partnership. We partner with a lot of biggest landlord in United States and a lot of commercial real estate professionals. And so my learning from that crazy journey is, so first of all, don't be afraid to reach out. I still remember the first call I reached out to one of the biggest landlord in the United States, and I just started business. I don't have anything. And I said, hey, I have this crazy idea, and you have some empty building, and I don't have enough money to pay your rent, but I think we can do something amazing things to support others' community, and also it will benefit your business as well. Interesting enough, I got a space, and without paying rent for first 2 years. And which is amazing. But of course, we got lucky enough during COVID because there are a lot of empty spaces. So I think we enter into a very good time. So that's kind of my first learning. Just don't be afraid to ask. Even you think you're a small fish and you're talking with some big folks. And another learning we got is also when you reach out to someone about collaboration and partnership, think about what kind of benefits, the values you can bring to another person. And so that's our pitch to, like, you know, to those big companies. Even we are small, but we always say, hey, we can bring you like authentic community, and we're happy with the brand images, etc. So that's kind of our unique pitch. And my last learning I want to share is, even they say no now, never give up, you know, never being hurt or something like that. We still always say, okay, probably it's not the best time, but how about, like, can we reach out like 2 years later or 1 year later? Can we update you like with our progress? We might have new projects you might be benefited for you. How about that? So we actually secured two new partners through that, 2 new locations through that as well. That's kind of my 3 learnings I really want to share with the audience and with the group.
Thank you. So it's never give up, reiterate, be persistent and clear on what you want to achieve, and totally collaborate and make it fun. So who else wants to share?
Yeah, I think
Me?
I'll just jump in. Can you hear
Please.
me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes, so I think that as creative, that collaboration is really important because, like, you can't thrive in a sector without collaborating with others, without partnership, and without building network. But just to, like, so I don't repeat what others have said before, I think one of the challenge that we kind of face is like the fear of rejection. Because, you know, like putting yourself out there and engaging with people come with like some sort of rejection, sometimes some kind of self-doubt, you know, dealing with your own limiting belief and thinking like if you're actually like good enough for whatever thing that you're pushing up. But despite like the fears that we have, whatever sort of challenge we may think, or even like rejection in the process, the thing is like keep going and keep pushing, which is not like, and it's easier to say, yeah, keep pushing and keep going. But then, you know, we are humans and we have emotions. Sometimes it can be overwhelming. So, irrespective of how we try to push and try, sometimes it just says okay for us to kind of like take a rest, take a break, try to like evaluate and be strategic because it's not possible to like network everywhere every time. You don't have the resources, you don't have that sort of enough time to think what kind of like relationship will give you like your sort of maybe highest form of return on investment or like lead you to that goal that you're pushing. And so despite whatever thing would go, it's like when you have the support system, which is the importance of like collaboration and partnership, like this community of women we have to like share together with each other. We can draw energy from each other. We can like pick inspiration from each other to keep pushing on and going out to build those networks that can help us in the things that we do. Yeah, just to share that. Thanks.
I'm grateful to be here and to hear you say that and to be with all of you. And for the really, you know, the probably the most precious gift we can give each other and ourselves and our audience is that nugget about that self-love and what that self-love is not selfishness, and and how to practice self-love in everything that you do. Uh, and self-love begins with gratitude, and as long as in your self-love and gratitude, everything then shall feel good and well. And if it doesn't, then that's time for always, because we always have to be iterative in our processes. But I'm sure um, I would love to, you know, I want to pass it to Marina. I know you wanted to say something before, and I'm really grateful to be amongst you ladies. Thank you so much.
Did you said Marina or is it me? Did you mean me?
Yeah, you know, yeah. I'm sorry because
Mariana. No,
Mariana. Okay, forgive me. My glasses are.
No.
My screen actually nearly died, and it's flickering.
We were talking about collaboration. I think it's when it comes to supporting women and our needs, collaboration is crucial. We can see collaboration in many aspects It's necessary if we want to, for example, if we want to transfer knowledge to our to future generations of women, to guide them. We have collaboration here. If we want to blend technology and art, we again need to have collaboration between different industries. If we want to transfer knowledge from different cultures, we again need to have collaboration. But one thing which is mostly interesting for me is collaboration, in terms what we have and what we feel as women, because our role is very important. We are like a collaboration part in the universe, and we have this, besides creativeness, we have this nurturing effect, nurturing characteristics. So again, collaboration is very important, to transfer, for example, our knowledge, or to future generations, or to make something meaningful for the community in general. So collaboration again.
Yes.
I don't know how much time we have, and it's I want this panel to go for a few hours because then we can start breaking out and creating all sorts of things. But if I were a genie in a bottle and I can do anything, make any wish come true, what would and what would you want it to be? What would you ask for?
If I'm a, if
Yeah.
you're in a bottle,
If we can have anything we want, if you can have anything you want,
anything we want as woman, or as me, Miriana. Okay, as woman, just space to freely express and to be creative, like without any limitations. That's my wish, especially when we have in mind all the women which need support, for example, women in underrepresented backgrounds. So it's definitely when we express freely, then the universe becomes perfect. I think it's again about this leading role that women have when it comes to creation and to guiding.
thank you for stepping up and sharing. Does anybody else want?
Yeah, that's really beautifully put. I really appreciate sharing how proud we are as women and as creatives, especially with the current AI and especially generative AI technologies. It's taking over a lot of the creative jobs and roles, and um, it it's it kind of poses an important question for us. What does it mean to be a human creative person, right? Like, what can we do that cannot be replaced, or that cannot be kind of done by machines? What makes us special as human creatives? So I think that question is highly related to what it means to be a woman, because being a woman, unlocking the female energy, there is a lot of intuition. There's a lot of unspoken creativity being hidden in the identity of a woman. So I really like that, and I want to echo that. And this year, I'm really looking forward to sharing and learning. As as a designer, I always kind of feel this, I don't want to say pressure, but I feel this strong urgency to learn new things, to learn new technologies, familiarize myself with them, and then I can kind of play with them and do some works with things that I see fit. And now all these new tools are coming out, and I feel the urgency to familiarize with the new technological tools, generative AI creative tools. And then I know a lot of people are doing the same. And then there is a lot of opportunity for us to share each other's learning and bring all of these learnings together and maybe pass them on to other people. So I'm looking forward to maybe organizing a lot of workshops and sharing sessions so we can all kind of learn together and teach each other.
I love that, which I think we can easily facilitate here. But between us, we have the content, we have the content creators, we have the healers, we have the platform. We just have to agree to come again together. And this will be a gather having come together very, very well and will be followed.
Yeah.
It would be wonderful. Who else wants to share? Because if it were up to me, I would want just everybody to open their mics and speak, and we would have a lot more time. But and I'm not keeping the eye on the clock. They're going to have to tell me to get off the stage because I want to listen from all of you some more.
I would share that I'd like to see more equity, more inclusive opportunities for people around the world, from diverse people, indigenous people, people from Global South and beyond, who, every perspective has such an important voice. So a more globalized, inclusive perspectives, and from certainly an abolishment of sort of like a top-down structure, so that we have a more fluid and circular way of communicating from our social, political, and economic sort of foundation. So a restructuring, like a large dismantling of traditional ways of educating, thinking, and working, and a more holistic and equitable system where there is not pay gaps or gaps in health information or access to technologies. I would really like, and I believe that this is aspirational, but I also believe it's realistic. It's within our grasp.
Totally. Anybody else agree?
I agree. Definitely inclusiveness. I work extensively with small sector of ministries, faith-based organizations, nonprofit organizations. For me, I would love to see the inclusiveness of different sectors, not just from a larger like tech companies, but bringing in those small businesses, those faith-based organizations, giving them even more of a voice with technology. One of the things that we do here at our office is we make sure that we expose those types of groups, even like those small businesses just starting out and learning how to grab the VR headset and learn what they're doing and how it can be amplified through virtual reality. And we bring in faith leaders who come in our office, and they do a lot of mission work and teaching and traveling, spreading the gospel. We bring them in a space where we show them this is what you also can do from a 3D environment. So for me, I would just continue to do what we're doing, is to try to spread the word even more, but to expose those groups that you normally don't see as much overall. So yeah, kind of like piggybacking a little bit of what Paige was saying, that inclusiveness, but certain inclusiveness with the certain groups that we don't hardly see from a whole playing field. So definitely that's something I would love to implement and see even more.
I'd love to jump in on here, because I think what's being said behind everything that we're talking about is the work of liberation. So often in the fields of work, we're talking about how we as women and certain groups get pigeonholed, and there's all of these barriers, and it is so hard for certain communities to be seen, to be heard, to have access. And so I think behind this conversation is really what I would love to see is the work of liberation to happen in our work environments, in our communities. And within leadership, what I would love to see is that people start recognizing, identifying the barriers, and then doing the work to empower the people that are coming up against those barriers, and give them the opportunities, give them the tools and the resources to be able to be empowered and move past those barriers. So I think when we're talking about all of this, whether we're stating it or not, it's really, the desire for liberation work. And when we talk about self-love also, I think that ties into both empowerment and also the work of liberation, because so many times when we have these feelings, this sense, these limiting beliefs of ourselves, it's often because there is an underlying messaging within our communities and our work environments that we're not enough, that we're not doing these things. And so even when we're talking about self-love, that's the liberation of ourselves to be free and to be whole in who we are, and really empowering those parts of us that we feel so fragile about, that we feel aren't welcome, or maybe are uh, might get us into struggles and conflicts in the work environment and in the greater sense of the community. And so I think underlying all of this is really digging in and doing the work of liberation to re-envision ourselves in an empowering way, instead of feeling, uh, like having anxiety about these parts of us that we think aren't enough or don't fit into an environment, finding a way to give power to that and realize this is my strength. This is something unique. And the other thing is, especially when we're talking about communities that are pushed out and don't have a lot of visibility and don't have representation, when there is a person in the room who is different than the majority of the room, that person is representing their greater community. And so when they bring something to the table and they speak about something in relation to who they are as their own identity that relates back to their community, that one person is representing hundreds, if not thousands of people. And so to empower that voice in the room is, I think, something that we really need to start giving rise to, because I think a lot of times it's easy to get pigeonholed when you're standing in a room and you are that person who's not a part of the greater community in the room, is that people can often invalidate that voice, invalidate those needs, invalidate what they're bringing to the table as important. And so I think within the work of liberation, it's also empowering the voices that are at the table.
Yes, indeed. And I think so. I want to just underscore that as I felt it, self-love brings you to liberation. Couldn't come without self-love, and but you cannot be. If we are here and if we can hear us, then you're the only one that can put you out of liberty is yourself. And those are the limiting beliefs. These are the things that you tell yourself, or that we have been conditioned so much to hold on to that negative. So a friend of mine, dear friend, said, just ask, when the thought comes, is it an ego busting or ego boosting? Thank you, Reverend Michael. Right? Are you beating yourself up? Is it helpful? Because that's not, so when something goes wrong, something went off, then maybe this is when that work that you learn from and you move on. And not to turn this into a preaching session, so I will stop here on that, but I think all of us are on the same page with that. And then how do we extend access and reach to these things, to each other, and in the community? And that's exactly what the Living Labs is attempting to do, is to bring the humanity and technology together in a way that elevates us all by bringing it into the least represented, most impacted, because they're often a sad correlation, because often the ones that had the least to contribute and are the least represented are the most impacted by the crisis, the poly crisis. So wouldn't it be cool if we were to come together, deliver on our gifts, achieve our objectives, and at the same time, seed some healing. So I'm so grateful. I think we're probably completely out of time, but hey, that would be my, I would love to connect with all of you and anybody else who wants to continue to do with this journey with us. And I will leave it to all of you, to whoever wants to say a final word, and that'll be it. I'm grateful to be here.
I presume that few of us would like to say a final word. Since it's GatherVerse and it's about humanity and about technology and innovation, it's all the similar topics and it's all bundled in one. Technology is very important in process of creating a future inclusive for all women, because it allows us to transform some ideas about future worlds into reality. Again, if we want to help women, different women, we again need technology. We need the platforms. We need technology to support us to have their voices heard. It's constantly perpetuating technology and creativity and technology. And I think GatherVerse and this conversation dialogue here is a perfect place to illustrate these things.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to say some closing words is that irrespective of who we are, because we as women, we are not just a homogeneous group. So there are different intersectionality, we have socioeconomic status, we have issue of race, even educational level. But to see in our work of doing liberation or a form of expression in terms of creativity, we should kind of find the gap to see where we can meet the needs of diverse kinds of women. And I'll just say, in whatever work we do, we should keep creating, we should keep exploring, we should keep trying to make the little difference we can in our little way. You'll be surprised that that little thing that you do actually make a difference and make an impact. So let's just keep being ourselves and keep creating to the world. That's what I have to say.
Yes, as Christopher always states, our gather was welled, and I definitely agree to that. This was an amazing gather. My last words are now, let's move forward. After this talk, after the discussion, I'm ready to connect with each of you. Please, let's connect further. Those who I haven't connect to already on social, whether it's LinkedIn or any other social platform, I would just love to, extend things that I'm doing with you guys to support you even more. So let's move forward from here. That's my last words.
Let's start a group. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I think we've been cued. So thank you so very, very much. Thank you. Really grateful.
Thank you. It was lovely.
I am a woman. What is our direction as women? I only realized what it means to be Italian after I got to know the world outside Italy. I always thought of myself as someone to whom Italian characteristics didn't suit. For example, exuberance, elegance, passion, emotionally, impulsiveness. Our personal point of view is not the only one, and the way women are viewed is different. But it's not just about women, minorities. These figures are so special and so important precisely because of their uniqueness. And when we interface with the business world, what happens to the women? I have great hopes, great visions, and very high goals. We are forced to support each other because the prejudice that precedes us is that women have to take care of the family, the home. They can do labor, but not too demanding because they have to think of their children. We are in 2025 and we are women in this world. Not all men are the same. Not all women are the same. Not all gender are the same. Not all society are the same. You are right. So, I ask you, why in artificial intelligence systems women are represented as beautiful and curvy, and why, even if you ask one of these systems to generate an image of an ugly woman, it will always tend to represent her as an ugly but beautiful woman. What the datasets of AI systems have been trained with is the history of the world. Our world. We fight and argue so much about putting filter into AI content generation systems, when the solution would be to filter the information that is put into the datasets. I found myself, after 13 years of intense work at a very high professional level, wanting to progress in my career. This brought me into the XR world and introduced me to the world of AI. I use AI to create my art. And at a certain point I realized that I had to insert what AI didn't have, which was emotions within my paintings. And I insert photography with female nudes, and I was judged. I was discarded before I was known. I was burnt at the stake like witches. It is not nudity. It is not pornography. If a single person, after hearing this word of mine, stops in front of one of my artworks and wonder what it means, or reads the title and tries to understand its meaning, it will not matter to me if they have burned me in the public square as a witch. I will still have achieved my victory. Thank you. Thank you for being here with me today at GatherVerse SHE Summit 2025. May our gather be well.
Greetings. That was day 2 GatherVerse SHE Summit 2025. I stand in awe and in reflection of all that has been shared today. Thank you to each and every one of you who shared, who engaged, and to all our speakers who expressed deeply from their hearts. We thank you, and we can't thank you enough for the precious time that you have given us today. It doesn't stop there. This was GatherVerse day 2. We're going to continue this tomorrow, GatherVerse day 3, which will be our final date. I ask you to reflect and also connect with any speaker who made an impact in your life today. Collaborate and explore more opportunities together. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Our day 2 Gather was well. Thank you. Bye.
Mothers, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, there is a house in New Orleans. They called the rising sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy, and God